We'll roll call in 30 seconds. Stand by, please. Good morning and welcome to the October 1st Executive Committee meeting, the first Executive Committee meeting or full meeting in a while. So welcome back, and we've had a turnover in committee membership since the last time we met for a full meeting. Councillor McKeen is the Vice Chair. Are you there, Scott?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning. Councillor Cartmel is here on deck and in person. Good morning.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton is on the line.
Yes, I am.
Good morning. And Councillor Walters is here in person.
Good morning.
Morning. So hybrid and alive and well. Now, who else do we have observing? I see Councillor Henderson. I see Councillor Knack.
Here.
Councillor Knack.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. I see Councillor Esslinger.
Good morning.
Morning. Councillor Banga.
Good morning.
And that's just who I can see on the screen. Is there anyone else from council joining us? Please identify yourself if so. If not, then that's who's in attendance. We have full attendance from the committee, so that's a roll call. I need a motion to adopt the agenda with the addition of 6.1. Councillor
So
Cartmel.
moved.
I got it from Councillor Cartmel there. Any questions on the agenda? Do you want us to vote, or can we just take consent on that? Because not everybody's logged in yet. What would you prefer?
I would prefer a vote.
Okay.
But if you would, if it's the will of committee to do unanimous consent, that's fine as well.
Well, just give me a moment to get in. Yeah, call it. And okay, here it's come up. So we'll vote electronically. Got it?
We're just missing Councillor Walters. And we're good to go.
Display the vote, please. And that's carried unanimously. So we have an agenda, the minutes from June 29th.
I'll move to vote.
Thank you, Councillor McKeen. That was a very short meeting where we picked a chair, so I think. So that was us. So that's been moved. Any questions, concerns, errors, or omissions? Not seeing any. Please vote.
We have all 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. That's carried unanimously. Protocol items. I don't think we have any today.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes?
Sorry, just very quickly, we're going to do a more formal acknowledgement at Monday's council meeting, but today is International Day of Older Persons, so it's just a day to make sure we're celebrating the great work of all of our seniors in our community and all the work that they've done and contributed to over the years. So I just wanted to note it today, although we have something more formal planned for Monday.
Well, notice of protocol item has been received then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for your leadership on that initiative, Councillor. Are there any other protocol items or notices of forthcoming protocol items? I would just indicate our thoughts and best wishes to the Burge family very sad news that our former CFO passed away over the last weekend. And so I had a great deal of respect for Mr. Burge and learned a lot from him in his time with the city. And so that's a loss felt certainly for his family, but also for the family at the city. So just to note that with sadness. Okay, so now let's select items for debate. I'm going to click on. Is the clicker open list going? Okay, so click in. Councillor McKeon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, let's go with 6-1, 6-3, 6-4, and 6-5.
Councillor McKeon selected 6-1, 6-3, 6-4, and 6-5. Any other selections? We do have requests to speak on 6-7 and 6-9 as well.
You can grab those.
Okay, Councillor Walters will take 6-7 and 6-9. Councillor Carmel? Oh, sorry, I should have gone to Councillor Carmel.
No, that's
next.
fine. Minor taken. Minor grab, that's fine.
Okay. Any other selections? So 6-2, 6-6, and 6-8 have not been selected. Okay, in the absence of those, would someone move those three items that have not been selected for
I will
discussion this
move the
morning?
balance of the items, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. Please vote on those items not selected for debate this morning.
We have all 5 votes.
Display the vote, please. That's carried unanimously. Requests to speak. We do have several. Someone want to make a motion to hear from the speakers?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will move that committee hear from the following speakers on item 6.3, Kenneth Cantor from Primavera Development. On item 6.4, the Rossdale Land Transfer Agreement from David Ridley of the Edmonton Heritage Council. On item 6.5, draft amendments to policy C595 Neighborhood Renewal Program from Sherry Klassen of the Edmonton BIA Council. On item 6.7, closure of vehicle access to title parcels for Valley Line West. 1, Penny Smith. 2, Tom Nagian. I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing that. And 3, Salem Malieb from Queen Donaire. And on item 6.9, closure vehicle access to title parcels for Valley Line West, that we hear from Therese McCauley.
And Dave McCauley? Do you have 2 or just 1 on that one?
Oh, I'm sorry, Dave McCauley and Therese McCauley. My
Okay.
apologies.
Anyone else wishing to speak to any of these items? Not registering any other requests at this time. We'll vote on the motion to hear from those speakers on those items as listed by Councillor Carmel. Please vote. There we go.
We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Carried unanimously. No surprise there. It's handy to have committees up and running so we can hear from people again. Are there any requests for time specific other than those we've already adopted as part of the adoption of the agenda?
There is one request for item 6.4, the Rossdale Land Transfer Agreement, to be dealt with at 11.
Okay. Okay, I see that on the back side of this page now. Someone want to move that?
I'll move that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. We're confident we can get through this may get a bit choppy, but we'll make it work. So, provided this direction passes, please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Magically carried unanimously. Okay. Are there any councillor inquiries this morning? Hadn't heard of any coming in, so,
Yes, there is, Mr. Mayor.
oh, okay.
I did send an email.
Okay, I may have missed that, so go ahead.
My apologies.
No, my apologies. We'll have a Canadian
In my-
contest for who's more sorry that I didn't see your email. I'll win.
No worries. So in March 2020, EPCOR received approval through the Alberta Utilities Commission to move forward with the West Edmonton transmission upgrade project. This high voltage line will run above ground and nearest to the Meadowlark substation. Will run north-south along 156th Street through the Linwood neighborhood. The Ward 5 office continues to hear concerns from Linwood residents with respect to property value, neighborhood aesthetics, and perceived health and safety risks. The associated power poles will be up to 26 meters tall and up to 1 meter wide and in close proximity to homes. In light of recent AUC approval, residents are advocating for the city to bear the additional cost of running this high voltage line below ground along 156th Street, given the unique impact to their neighborhood from this project that will serve all West Edmonton. Sorry, I'm a bit out of breath. Can administration please provide the following in a brief report to Executive Committee? What would be the approximate cost to run the 156th Street segment of the West Edmonton transmission upgrade project below ground? And 2, is there precedent for the City of Edmonton stepping in and providing additional funding for a utility project to meet a higher standard than required by an Alberta Utilities Commission ruling?
Councillor Hamilton, I'm afraid since it asks for analysis and a costing estimate, that's new work for administration rather than information they would have on hand. So I must rule that it's not in order as an inquiry. If you wish to bring it as a motion, since it directs new work, that would be in order in the form of a notice.
We had checked it with the clerk's office and were told it was an appropriate inquiry. So I'm disappointed to hear that, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I'll ask the city manager if the city has an estimate for the cost on hand, because if they do, then it's in order.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if we do. We can check through this day and confirm that. And if Councillor Hamilton could just share that with me, then I could get the steps going.
Well, what I'm prepared to do, as we've done previously, is pause on the ruling, and what we can do is postpone councillor inquiries to later in the agenda to just get an opinion from administration on whether that's easily obtained information that they have at their disposal, which is, or whatever the test is in the procedures bylaw for an inquiry. So I may not have been CC'd on that, or may have come to a different account. So I apologize that I didn't have a chance to vet it. I might have flagged this for you sooner. So, so my suggestion is that we postpone item 3 to the bottom of the agenda, and we'll get an opinion on whether we can take it as an inquiry between now and then.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Can someone move postponement of item 3?
So moved.
Thank you. We'll just seek unanimous consent on that. Is there any objection to postponing councillor inquiries to the bottom of the agenda? Not hearing any, then we'll pick that item up later in the meeting with some additional information. So thank you. Are there any other inquiries that I missed? Not hearing any, then, well, I guess I should ask for that at the end of the agenda. just thought if there's anything else that needs to be vetted, we can get that happening too. All right, let's turn to the first item of business, which is item 6.1, the lessons learned responding to COVID-19 report. Go ahead.
We don't have a presentation. We're just ready to and eager to answer questions.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Questions on this? Councillor McKean, you'd selected it.
Jeepers, I'm not sure I was ready, but in reading this, it felt like these were technical legislative recommendations, and I wondered, Adam, if there were other on-the-ground lessons learned that you would want to articulate to us.
Thanks, Councillor McKean. The intent of the report was actually on that legislative side in terms of creating clarity amidst different orders of government.
Right.
And specifically because this is a response to a health pandemic of which the municipality doesn't have authority in. I think we're regularly reviewing with Mr. Aiken lessons learned, and he's on a much-deserved break today, not with us. But I think we're constantly adapting our approach based on the lessons learned. I think some highlights for me, we were very quick, but I think certainly the discussion that we had around mandatory masks, I think one of the learnings for me was potentially a little bit more push with the health authority around getting more specific advice on that. Just as one highlight.
Right, thank you. And I'm a little concerned about growing numbers and a risk of a second wave and a risk of the province or us having to step in and declare emergency and closures. Are we continuing to work with, say, for example, the hospitality industry to ensure that they're on guard, doing best practices, fully participating, and understand the risks to their industry and to all of us if we start to get a real bulge in the numbers?
Our peace officers are regularly monitoring these locations because of the health restrictions in place, and one of the things we've identified is more potentially looking at more empowerment for those peace officers around enforcement of the Public Health Act. That would be one thing that I think could help in terms of ensuring awareness and not suggesting, and that hasn't been our approach with this, Councillor McKean, but that level of enforcement does help to ensure that there's compliance. And through our BIAs, and Ms. McCabe may be able to speak to this in more detail, but there's regular engagement by Mr. Chase and his team with the BIAs, and it is around supporting them during this pandemic, and I presume that the discussion does include continuing to pay attention to what is still an active pandemic.
I read a piece last night by Wired Magazine on Taiwan and how it's handled the pandemic and how it's kept their numbers sort of unbelievably low. And there was a lot of use of data and a lot of work with hospitality industry to create ability to contract trace using, so you're asking people to turn in or reveal a way to contact them that still ensured privacy if they were attending an event or a restaurant or that sort of thing. Are you open to me forwarding that to you, Mr. Laughlin, or to you, Ms. McCabe, who's on the call? Because I think these are really interesting ideas on how we might up our game and work with the hospitality industry as partners in trying to keep our numbers down and react quickly to any minor outbreak. Would you be open to that?
Absolutely, Councillor McKean, always looking to improve. There isn't a roadmap or a playbook for trying to navigate through a pandemic, so learnings from all are things that we're open to.
And the question about that would, of course, be whether or not we have the legislative authority to do those sorts of things, which is part of your report. But that's all I have for now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
You're most welcome. Councillor Carmel.
Thank you. Good morning. Mr. Laughlin, I'm reminded of back a year and a half ago when we talked about the Emergency Advisory Committee and what the city would do in very general terms if there is an emergency. And my recollection of that is we were talking about that in the context of what happened at one of the football games a few years ago where a gate was rushed and a person was kind of out and about in the city and we weren't quite sure how to manage that. And so I guess I took from those conversations that our in a very high-level general way, our processes and procedures were aimed at an emergency that was relatively short-term. A bomb threat, a terrorist threat, a safety threat. And they weren't necessarily crafted for a long-term emergency. And we declared it a local state of emergency to give administration the ability to quickly and nimbly adjust on the fly. And I guess that's sort of a backhanded way of saying that if administration had to come to council every time they wanted to do something, the approval process and the bureaucratic process kind of gets in the way. Is there a middle ground that we might think about crafting or, adapting or adopting our policies to that is not quite the terrorist attack, but is not quite ordinary time either?
So I think we've highlighted some of that in this, specifically as it relates to this incident, which is a health incident, and more empowerment potentially for the local health authority, recognizing that there is not one size that fits all across the province, and that's again because of our space in the health sector, which is supporting, not leading. So that is one. The other one that and I should have mentioned this when Councillor McKean asked about lessons learned. We certainly appreciated the nimbleness that we received through the state of local emergency and the trust that we had of council working through that. But we also highlighted in the report a number of decisions that were made within our delegation. And so I think there is a space where and I would say that, which is sad, but the pandemic has been sort of transformed into regular business for us now. Mm-hmm. We've got a direct resource, Mr. Aiken, working on this full time. We've got task teams that have been established to support us. So administratively, we've actually adjusted to our service to respond to this as a normal course of business. I think the challenge we had with this one is that you're right. It wasn't a 2-day or a 3-day incident, but rather it was setting up for a long, and we're still in the middle of it. So I think a learning for us is that within our delegations, and again, not meaning to exclude council, but we do, and we were able to flex it, we do have the ability to adjust and move in a response that is a little bit, not a little bit, but a longer term incident. I think one of the things that we pride ourselves on is the regular communication to council, and if there is a, I don't want to say another incident. I really hope there isn't. But if there is a similar incident that's an extended period of time, learnings from this is to assess our delegation and confirm how we can marry that with council's authority.
So there's a lot of conversation about a second wave and increasing numbers and that kind of a thing. And in some jurisdictions, frankly, I'm not sure if ours is one of them, the numbers are as high as they were in the spring. And the reaction in the spring, without any other frame of reference, was immediate, was shut down, was sequester. We know better now, and it was also a state of local emergency. With those learnings, would we adapt our normal approach? Like you said, this is, dealing with COVID has become more part of our everyday, but would we perhaps not move quite to a state of local emergency, but move to some state of heightened engagement or interaction or some other, like I said, sort of middle ground before we would go back to a state of local emergency?
I think that is a real possibility, and I would say that's the state that we're in right now.
Yeah.
We still have regular EAC meetings, Emergency Advisory Committee meetings, to have this conversation around where things are at and provide updates and focus the conversation on the pandemic. And recalling back to when we first initiated, certainly we jumped and called the state of local emergency and made some and created some orders that were very proactive, but within a week, it was actually the province that provided the direction around shutting down and closures because it was, again, within the health authority's mandate. What the state of local emergency, again, allowed us to do was to focus our efforts on that immediate response. But in saying that, a lot of the learnings are, a lot of that is within our delegation, and if there's the latitude for administration to adjust resources to support, then I think we can do that. I think the reliance on a state of local emergency, respectfully, should be ones that are contained to a defined situation. And at the beginning, we didn't know if this even had definition. So I wouldn't suggest that it was the wrong decision, but certainly as we got our legs under us and we allocated the resources, it has and it did and it has become normal course of business.
Yeah, my time is up. I'm not suggesting it was the wrong choice either, but we might make a different one now that we know more. Potentially.
Councillor Walters?
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Laughlin. So in the cover report, it just has a fairly clear list of possible amendments that we could make or propose to the province, right? So, you know, it's kind of, and I don't mean this critically, it's just presented sort of passively that we could do this. So I guess my question is, what would be the value? Is there a value in us doing this, whether directly or through, in conjunction with the City of Calgary or through AUMA? And what, you know, how would you rank these in order of importance?
So I think what we wanted to do is, on the basis of the motion, socialize this with council first, or sorry, executive committee first, to ensure that from our perspective, these would be possible amendments, and does that resonate with executive committee, which is what we do. These have been developed, and Ms. Andrzejczyk can speak to this, but with engagement with the City of Calgary and with other agencies, AHS actually provided feedback on this as well.
Okay.
So some of that has happened. In terms of priorities, I think that would be an assessment on the basis of the effort that is required to be
But on the surface, sending them all as if, you know, just sort of spitballing here, if council was to recommend that, you know, through some motion that we work with the City of Calgary and AUMA to provide this as suggestions to the Provincial Emergency Management Authority, that would be kind of what you're looking for potentially.
Yeah, I think, and I'd really like Ms. Andrzejczyk to speak to this, but I think one that we observed as a benefit would be the peace officers' ability to enforce the public health restrictions that were put in place, and encouraging the local medical officers of health to exercise authority. So rather than the restrictions being province-wide, knowing that there's variation between different areas, having more autonomy for that local authority. And Ms. Andrzejczyk, if you want to add to that.
Sure. Just a couple points. One is, I think one of the takeaways from this and doing the research and looking at other jurisdictions is our system worked pretty well with the delegation of authorities that we already had. And so although we had the ability to do the state of local emergency, we did not actually need to use it very often because of the way it was written. This morning, I actually was on a panel with city solicitors across Canada, and we were talking about how did each of us respond and what our legislation was like. And it was interesting because despite the differences, we kind of all came up with the same list of things that could be improved upon. The final bullet on exploring potential amendments to the Municipal Government Act to allow for temporary uses of sites would probably be another one that we may want to consider pushing forward as a big item. And some of these were softer things. It really is communication flow that I think is now in place, but when we were first starting up, we were trying to get communication with the lawyers in government, with Edmonton Police, with EPCOR, with Calgary. So we had good communications of what each other was doing, so we weren't putting forward a sole order and then the government was rescinding it. So that was a tricky piece, but I think we have that sorted out better now.
So we could motion today to bring back a stronger recommendation of possible changes that we could advocate in partnership with other municipalities to the province, just as a way of, this would be helpful for next time if these changes were made.
I would actually suggest that if you give us some time here, we could create a motion today.
Yeah.
To provide, to have executive committee, or whether it's council, sorry, I should know the delegation, but to provide direction on which ones to pursue immediately and which other ones to. So if you give us that time this morning, we can work through that.
Okay. I think that would be useful.
Just one other comment, Councillor Walters, and Ms. Abraham has reminded me that we continue to meet with the Government of Alberta, their pandemic team, and it's a weekly call. And so to Ms. Andreychuk's comment, to begin with, the communication maybe wasn't where it needed to be, but it has grown, and it's helpful, if I could say that.
Thank you. I'll come to Councillor Henderson once committee members have had a chance to ask questions on this. So the Councillor, a number of my questions have been answered, but just picking up on the question of where best to advocate and in what coalition, because one thing for us to write a letter, but if we are on the same page as Calgary, certainly, but also the AUMA, I think that's the most helpful coalition to bring forward suggestions with. So you said you have had conversations with Calgary and some of the other CAOs and city solicitors from around Alberta and the mid-sized centers?
I speak weekly with the big city CAOs, or bi-weekly, sorry, with the big city CAOs, the large 6 cities in Calgary, and Ms. Andrew.
Yeah, and I at first was speaking almost daily with the city solicitor in Calgary, and we meet regularly with the city solicitors in Red Deer and Lethbridge as well.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the altitude is and I've had a lot of contact with the mayors, Grand Prairie, Lethbridge, Red Deer, and Calgary, and a little bit Wood Buffalo. And so I think there's a lot of similar issues in the urban centers and potentially different needs and different tools because of density and distancing in the case of a pandemic. And so I think we're not alone. And so that's really the premise of, are we ready to write our own letter, or just more transactionally, should we be, my instinct was to refer this to administration to work with those other folks to develop a shared proposal that can come in under signature from several mayors, as opposed to individual letters that may or may not all line up. Because I think if there's agreement on these, we're likely to get it faster and perhaps have it in place if, heaven forbid, we see a second wave and need some of these tools again. So I don't want to take too long with it, but I don't want to just have us off on our own for any number of reasons.
Yeah, and that's fair as well, Mr. Mayor, to refer this, and we do have, as part of those weekly calls, AUMA, City of Calgary, are on those calls, so I think we can take this back and work with them, with the connections that Ms. Andreychuk has, to formalize and solidify the priorities.
And I think there's some low-hanging fruit here and things that I imagine there would be broad agreement among the cities that would be beneficial and that would be straightforward for the province and would help the province achieve shared goals around public health in the case of pandemic response. The other set of scenarios that emerged in this that I was intrigued by is the possibility of we're allowed to declare the state of local emergency for not the whole geography of the city, but we're not empowered to make a distinction between all 9 of the powers and just the sets of powers that we would need, because there are some extremely robust tools made available to the emergency management agency that we can imagine circumstances where they might be required, but that was part of the tension for us in declaring state of local emergency in the first place, is that we knew we only needed a handful of the less draconian tools. I mean, the most extreme potentially was movement restrictions for people, which I think, is fairly understandable in the case of managing an infection moving through a population. But property seizure and conscription and all these other things, I mean, those took on a bit of a life of their own. So I'm curious your thoughts on the likelihood and feasibility, based on the discussions you've had, of being able to activate either for part of the city or for part of an emergency only the powers that are needed, and being able to circumscribe that delegated authority. I mean, would we be able to rewrite our bylaw to limit that, or does the legislation trump whatever our delegations of authorities might be?
So there's sort of two parts, I think, to this. One was, if we were looking at amendments to the Public Health Act, we would probably look for different powers under that at a local level. So that was one of the
enforceability by peace officers is kind of the low-hanging fruit on that, I'm thinking.
But also to be able to issue orders either at a municipal level under that act, so we could look at what would be the more practical.
On the advice of the zone officers, though.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. Under the state of local emergency, we certainly can ask for them to split it. It would be difficult for us to pass a bylaw that was inconsistent with the legislation.
And just, was there interest in that from any of the other cities?
We haven't spoken about that directly. We had to put off our last meeting, but we will have one again in another few weeks. So I can either raise it there or send out an email to see what they're thinking about too.
A state of limited local emergency, a sole.
But you may want to
on
look
sale
at
at IKEA.
that list in light of it not being a pandemic,
Yeah.
if we were successful under the Public Health Act too.
Yeah, multiple pathways, I think, is to get to defined outcome. Anyway, I'm out of time. I'll go to Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, I had just a quick question, and I thought there was an interesting observation in here that, in actual fact, and I think we came into it almost by accident, we used the Emergency Advisory Committee in a way that I think was beyond what we had originally anticipated. Because we had to meet weekly, it was a chance for us to get communication and understand perhaps a little bit more what you had within what you didn't need to declare an emergency in order to respond to, but we needed to understand, and we needed an informal place to be able to discuss it. I hope we all found value in that. I know I certainly did. So understanding that was, that there was something that we could do with that committee that was a better place to do it than I think council would have been. And understanding that, in a similar kind of situation in the future, I think we would want to recommend that be good practice, but it's not in our procedures right now. We bumped into it almost by happy accident. So I'm wondering if there's something, in the hopes that we don't have a situation like this for another 10, 20, 30 years, is there something we can put into our procedures that can allow that information and the utility of that to be passed forward? So that whether or not it's the EAC or something else, I think it allowed for a nimbleness and response, but for information to flow through us and a chance to have informal discussion that I don't think could happen in any other way. And if that's a learning, that was abuse, is there a way for us to pass that learning forward? Because hopefully the next time we need this, none of us will be here.
So on page 4 of our council report, we did have a suggestion in there. I think our report was a little more focused on outward, changes, but that is one that we did highlight we could do, as it was an efficient way of communicating and at least getting feedback to assist our CEO, Adam.
Yeah, and I saw that in there. So I guess my question is, it seems to me that, I don't know what the mechanisms are, but is there something in our procedures that we can adjust so that we can, because I think we all recognize the use of it. I think us knowing it is not my concern. Is how do we pass that information forward to the next group of people that have to go through this and make sure that it sits somewhere in our procedures and automatically gets triggered for them.
Yes, we can do that in either our bylaws or our regulation.
Okay, I don't know, it's up to the committee at this point, but I think that'd be something that I think would be very, and I don't know if you need anything from us on that. It's procedural, not policy. So, but I would think that that would be a good idea, but it's just me. Others may disagree with me, so I don't want to presume.
Well, I can tell you that administratively, we appreciated, because we were in an uncertain, an uncharted, no roadmap, no playbook scenario, and we were making certain decisions. It was actually welcoming to have a bit of a landing place to not get direction, but certainly get an indication of the right approach, so to speak. So I think that is a takeaway for us, and we can absolutely include it.
And my suggestion is, I know we all understand that. My suggestion is if we don't embed it, it's information that won't get carried forward. It's advice that we can give to the next people that have to go through this. And if there's a way to embed that in our procedures, I think that would be helpful for them.
Yeah.
So
and
anyway, that's my point. Yeah.
we can do that, yes.
Great, thanks.
I think that's a great point, Councillor. Just from a governance point of view, I've been arguing for some kind of committee of the whole place for us to have some of those more informal discussions without all of the strictures of a formal council meeting. And effectively, from my perspective, it allowed us to do that and not be in a decision-making mode because the delegated authorities are crystal clear, but be in a adding value and providing oversight through the questions and the feedback that council was providing. So I think I still think it might have broader application beyond emergency management oversight, but certainly for that it worked very well, and I think making that explicit makes a lot of sense. So we should flag that potentially in a referral motion as well. If it's the will of committee to refer this to do some more work with AUMA and the other larger centers in Alberta directly, with the view of preparing a joint submission to GOA on legislative amendments and regulatory changes, and further refinement to our own emergency management bylaw and/or procedures bylaw. Got something, Madam Clerk?
Working on it. I
Okay.
just need a moment.
Sure. Are there any other questions? Here we go. Sounds like Councillor Walters is happy to move that. Can you read it in? Microphone? Thanks.
Is it going to show up on my screen? What's that?
You have to be logged in to eScribe.
I am.
Oh, it's not showing up.
I'm perpetually logged into eScribe.
Oh, sorry, no, in the Google Meet window.
In the Google Meet window, it's up on the screen. It says that now it's gone.
Okay.
It says that the October 1, 2020 Office of City Manager report be referred to administration to, 1, work with other municipalities and determine what
okay.
priorities should be advocated for in a joint
I got
submission
it.
to the provincial government. And 2, return to committee with potential amendments to the emergency management bylaw to require regular meetings of the EAC committee during state of local emergency.
I see that now.
And
Nice reading.
due
I will
date.
move that.
January 2021, 13-week default. Okay, questions on that? Do we want to tag AUMA, or is that implicit with work with other municipalities? I guess,
I think it's good for us, and they're in fact part of our regular conversation loop, so.
yeah.
But your comfort level in terms of clear direction.
Let's say municipalities and associations, because there's also regional emergency preparedness dimension to this, and there's a rural dimension to this with RMA. So let's just not get into listing organizations. Just say other municipalities and associations, then it's not exclusive. AUMA is front and center, but it also means that if we come to a different conclusion than AUMA as the cities, we can go ahead on our own, which we must reserve the right to do from time to time. And associations, yeah, okay. And Councillor Henderson, does that flag your point in part 2?
Well, I think actually what it allowed us to do, the trouble is that this would only be during a state of local emergency. And I think what we found out was there was utility to that committee outside of the state of local emergency itself. So I'm not sure it quite captures it. And I don't know how to word it though.
Well, we could add and enable them for monitoring emergent situations or something like that.
Yeah.
Outside of state of local emergency.
Yeah, because I think it worked really well when we were in the state of local emergency. It automatically triggered exactly what we needed. It was, I think we found that there was a use for it outside of that.
Well, and if you recall, it met a number of times prior to the declaration of state of local emergency while we weighed whether it was necessary. And so we can call them to consider that question. And we chose, well, it was not recommended that we do. So there is utility to the meetings beyond the simple declaration or rescission. As well as to, yeah, I think it's as well as to monitor emergent situations outside of a sole declaration, which we're clearly still doing, given that it's still a pandemic. When will it end? Just while we're drafting that, a note to our speakers, since we have folks in attendance here, we're gonna likely not get to some of them until the afternoon. 6.5 specifically is time specific for 1:30. We may still get to 6.7 and 6.9 in the morning. It's tough to say, depends how quickly, because we're gonna turn to 6.3 pretty quick here. Then 6.4 will preempt at 11 a.m. And then so 6.7 and 6.9 we might get to this morning, but there's a good chance that they could be into the afternoon as well. So just depends the pace we go through these. So appreciate your patience. Okay, so what's the revised wording? And expand its mandate to monitor emergent situations where a state of local emergency has not been declared. Okay, I think that should cover it, Ben. Great. Any further thoughts? Any further thoughts on this? Anyone wishing to speak? Councillor Henderson? Or are you on there from before?
I was on there from before.
I'll just maybe offer a brief comment that I really appreciate administration following up on this and the networked effort with particularly other municipalities in Alberta around these questions. I have found that one of the things that has helped me persevere as a leader in this has been the sharing of information and experience and wisdom and practical solutions with other mayors in the region who we've kept in touch with throughout this, and both urban and rural, and through FCM, particularly the big city mayors, but also municipalities across the country. And so I think we found strength in that, and it makes sense to lean into those associations to to continue to share information, and then also refine these rules, which were pretty good. They worked pretty well for us, but certainly it's really important to look at lessons learned. And I think this won't be our only look at lessons learned, because we're not out of this crisis by any stretch. So our response has shifted from the level of urgency at the beginning to the state that we're in right now. But it bears repeating that it really is, as Dr. Hinshaw has reminded us, in the hands of Edmontonians to contain the rising case numbers that we have started to see again. The virus has shown in other parts of the world and in other parts of the country that it will come back with a vengeance if given the opportunity, and so continued diligence. And some have suggested that masks have provided a false sense of security and are to blame for our case count, but I just to reiterate that that's really inconsistent with what Dr. Sikora has repeatedly indicated to us here in our regular engagements with him at these very important Emergency Advisory Committee meetings, and we really appreciated that accessibility to the provincial government and the medical officers of health at the zone and regional level to be able to provide us that kind of advice and monitor this situation. And this has worked best where governments have set aside other challenges and differences and worked to protect the health of Albertans and our economy. And so, but there's always room for improvement and refinement. And so again, I think noting that we'll have a variety of lessons learned check-in points that will emerge in this. I really appreciate the work the administration has done to bring some of these observations forward and encourage Edmontonians to continue to be vigilant so that we don't have to go back into these kinds of measures that are starting to be reenacted in other parts of the world and other parts of the country. So again, practicing the distancing, the hand hygiene, isolating if you are experiencing any symptoms whatsoever, and getting tested, relentlessly tested, because that's something Alberta's been doing phenomenally well at, is providing the testing for people. And then in public spaces where distancing cannot be maintained, continuing the extraordinary 97% compliance of mask wearing where there isn't a barrier or something to protect you. So, so we're not out of this yet, but working together, we'll get there. I'll stop there and see if there's anybody else wishing to speak. Nothing to close, Councillor Walters?
I don't.
Okay. Then please vote on the referral motion with thanks to administration for the work done and the work to come. Display the vote. Carried unanimously. Alrighty, so that takes us to 6.3, the funding plan for the Brighton Block, which is a recommendation to council, but it's here which enables us to hear from Mr. Cantor. Is there a presentation?
There is a short presentation if committee would like.
Sure, go ahead.
Ms. Cowper from Urban Forum and Corporate Strategic Development, who's our acting director in the policy section, will give the presentation.
Thank you, Stephanie. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of committee. Next slide, please. The Brighton Block is a designated municipal historic resource located on Jasper Avenue between the Armature and 97th Street. It is one of a small collection of Edwardian commercial blocks remaining in the quarters. The property owner, Brighton Block Inc., recently completed work to stabilize and restore the building. In 2019, while still under construction, the owner approached the city with a funding request that exceeded the terms of the city's maintenance program for municipal historic resources. Administration advanced the request to council for consideration in October 2019 and were directed to develop a funding plan to support the request using the Quarters Community Revitalization Levy, also known as the CLR. Next slide, please. The Brighton Block was in an advanced state of disrepair when Brighton Block Inc. purchased the building in 2017. They have since undertaken significant redevelopment of the building, which has included stabilization and restoration of the Brighton Block's historic facades, 2, replacing its interior timber and masonry structure, and 3, constructing a 3-story addition above the building. The project was completed in the spring of 2020. Next slide, please. City Policy C450B, a policy to encourage the designation and rehabilitation of municipal historic resources in Edmonton, allows for the provision of maintenance incentives of up to 33% of the costs of eligible historic rehabilitation work to the owners of designated municipal historic resources. Administration has confirmed that just over $2.25 million of the costs associated with the Brighton Block redevelopment are eligible heritage costs and therefore qualify for reimbursement. Approximately $743,000 represents 33% of these costs. Given the location of the Brighton Block in the Heritage Quarter, its rehabilitation and restoration contributes to the objectives of the Quarter's Downtown Community Revitalization Levy Plan, the Quarter's Area Redevelopment Plan, and Urban Design Plan. As such, it would be appropriate to draw the $743,000 grant from the Quarter's Downtown Community Revitalization Levy. Next slide, please. Should Executive Committee wish to proceed with this funding plan, they should recommend to Council that $743,084.30 be provided to the Quarter's CLR and a funding agreement be entered into between the City and the property owner. Next slide, please. Thank you. That concludes the presentation, and we would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll come back to questions potentially of administration once we have heard from Mr. Cantor. Come on down, sir. There's a spot right there. And just before you present, for the benefit of all of the speakers, I'll just outline that the process is that after administration provides their presentation, members of the public will be invited either to speak in person or virtually using Google Meet. We'll have a mix today, I believe. Each person will have 5 minutes to make comments. Apologies, Mr. Cantor, you've been here before. You've heard some of this, but some of it's different because of COVID. So the clerk will run the official timer in the room. However, those attending or participating virtually may wish to use a timer at home too. When the speaker is finished, please stay where you are though, as there may be questions after the panel of speakers has presented, if there is a panel. After comments from the public, committee may ask questions of city administration. And for those participating virtually, please refrain from using the chat function in Google Meet, as it can create issues of decorum, provide unfair advantage, or interfere with the live stream. Perhaps I'll run through this part again on one of the afternoon items if we have virtual speakers, since we only have an in-person deputation on this one. I will note, though, finally, for those of us who are here in person, please remember that the temporary mandatory face covering bylaw 19408 is in effect. We ask that you keep your mask on at all times, including while making your remarks to committee. You may notice that members of council administration may take off their masks from time to time while we're behind the plexiglass barriers. But we will put them back on when moving about the room or talking with each other during the meeting. So we appreciate your understanding and participation in keeping everyone safe. So, Mr. Cantor, the floor is yours for the next 5 minutes, should you need them.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors, and administration. I really didn't have a presentation today. I am registered to answer questions only. But I do think it's fitting that you're listening to a very senior citizen talking about a heritage building on International Seniors Day. I would also like, at this point, to thank administration, Scott Ash and the Heritage Group and the Quarters Group and whatnot in particular for the almost 3 years worth of support that we've had from them to get the Brighton Block to where she is today. So, thank you.
Well, I'm sure I speak for all of us when I thank you for those comments and appreciate the recognition of the staff work to get you to today. That's not always what we hear, so we'll take the positive feedback and breathe in 3 times and imbibe it fully. So thank you for that. Questions for Mr. Cantor? Go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead,
I should have
Councillor McKean.
done that thing. Mr. Mayor, thank you, and I selected this, and I did want to hear a little bit from Mr. Cantor. I appreciate those comments too. I know our heritage group do hard work, but just to, if you would, Mr. Cantor, when you bought this building, I think there were expectations you had going in about the designation, and you had some hardships that emerged around funding and your expectations. If you could just give us a brief history to underscore the request for this amount of funding.
Like that. When we purchased the building, to be honest, it was in some respects an emotional response as opposed to a financial or development opportunity. I'd had previous involvement with the quarters, with the Jasper Main Street program. I live not far from the building. I work not far from the building. What was interesting, and some of what we didn't find out until afterwards, was that the building had been previously designated, I believe, in 2002. And if you read those agreements, there are obligations both to the owners and to the municipality, which is the other party to that agreement, to maintain those buildings, to inspect them, to have plans in place. It's much like a condo association has to have a reserve fund study and a plan and to make sure that those things are implemented. So we did walk through the building before we bought it. It was, I've circulated lots of material and pictures and whatnot, but the underlying assumption was that previous parties would have lived up to some of their obligations. And as it turned out, that wasn't the case. It was also pretty apparent that the structure had deteriorated to the point where some pretty drastic intervention was needed on an immediate basis, or we were going to lose that building. And that's the approach that we took. That's why we, as I say, did what we did when we did it, and we're here after the fact and not before the fact.
And would those interventions that were perhaps supposed to be done that weren't done, the reason why you had to invest as much as you did in the foundational structure of the building?
It changed the entire sort of scope and scale of the project. We could spend all morning talking about that. I mean, I'm very happy with the end product that we've created. But a lot of that end product was a result of trying to make something economic of something where the scope and scale was much different than we first contemplated.
Go ahead.
The original building only had about 21,000 square feet worth of space. So if you have to spend an extra $2.5 million, you can't do that with 21,000 square feet. So that was part of the economic rationale for the 3 jewel box floors that we added. So we now have about 6,000 square feet to amortize some of those additional expenses. And they're pretty substantial for us as the developer and the owner as well. I know, $750,000 is not an insignificant sum from the city's perspective, but the flip side of that is that still leaves the developer holding a $1.5 million bill out of the $2.25 million in total that was incurred.
Just for our sake and this investment, what are next steps? What do you see occurring in that building, all things being equal, over the next few years?
all things being equal, our core business is providing physical space for people to congregate in. We're in a difficult place with that, as per the first item on your agenda this morning, and we are also just starting to come out of that. And we're not the only developer or landlord that is just starting to come out of that. That's true for the rest of downtown, Strathcona, suburban spaces, but we are starting to see some activity in the market for the first time since March. And we are being asked to participate in some of that involvement, specifically with the Brighton Block. So we are looking forward to the next steps, which is to see the building occupied.
Edmontonians will be able to experience this building once it's a going concern?
Oh, I sure hope so.
Yeah, I think that's an important part of these investments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions for Mr. Cantor? Not seeing any. Thank you for working with us patiently. Questions for administration? Councillor McKean?
Yeah, I just want a couple quick ones, and then I'm happy to move the recommendation, Mr. Mayor. But to administration, the use of the CRL in this case, I suspect that's quite unique. How do you know if it's been used rather than our own heritage reserves in situations like this?
To date, no, we haven't used it for this specific purpose, but we do certainly have an allowance in the CRL for development incentives, and we consider this a use of that incentive.
And can you comment on the status of the CRL after this investment?
The impact on the CRL is that it will delay the capacity of the CRL to repay all of the commitments by 1 year. So the CRL will run until 2031. It delays when we'll have all the funds set aside to be able to pay our commitments by 1 year. It's still within the time frame of the life of the CRL, however.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if I don't want to trump Councillor Cartmell, but I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Well, it's fine to put it on the floor. We'll continue to take questions. So thank you for the motion, Councillor McKean. Councillor Cartmell?
Thank you. My only question was about the CRL, and understanding the analysis just shared with us, trying to find a way to phrase this. There is some apprehension that our property tax revenue will be muted or somewhat diminished through the next couple of years, and I'm wondering if, through the impacts of COVID and our response to it, have we considered that as part of our CRL analysis, or are we presuming that things just run as they have run for the last several years?
We will be, the projections that we're basing what I just told you on were developed last year. We will be updating our projections and bringing a report forward in January. Right now, however, it's really challenging for us to be able to say what the impacts are until we have up-to-date tax and assessment information. I should add, I'm sorry, but we do have some new developments that are also occurring in the quarters, and those new developments will be taxable and contribute favorably to the quarter's revenue projections. One of those that's just recently started renting is the Hat at Five Corners. It's a 200-unit residential rental property, as well as development that Rohit is currently doing on the stadium lands, or stadium yards rather.
Right, those are good reminders. So can you just again remind us what the scale of the CRL is in terms of sort of an overall fund, the size of the fund?
Currently, the projected revenues, again based on last year's numbers, are roughly $160 million. And that consists of projections based on new developments as well as a lift in assessment base or existing property values. So our biggest risk in terms of CRL revenues is, number one, that we don't see any new developments happening, and number two, that some of the assessed values drop. Again, we are feeling that given this area is very close to the downtown and given some of the developer interest we've seen in the area, we do anticipate that we'll still see some new developments go forward.
So that $160 million figure is the projected revenue, like gross aggregate revenue?
It's the total projected revenue for the 20-year life of the CRL.
Okay. Okay.
And I will add, it is it's a very conservative estimate as well.
Do you have a total of contributions to date, or perhaps
I don't have that at hand. I could certainly provide that information.
I guess I'm just trying to get an idea of how much of that 160 is projected versus how much of it is sort of in the bank or certain.
Councillor Cartmel, numbers like that we'd have to follow up with after today, but that would be part of our annual CRL update, the January update they'll be bringing forward.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just a little concerned that we make a commitment and then we find out that we maybe ought not have. So I'm just trying to get a sense of the scale of the numbers. And I'm not feeling that way, but I just wanted to be sure.
If Ms. Dobrinsky has those numbers today, we'll absolutely provide them to you. Perhaps give us a minute.
Okay, that's fine by me. Yep. Thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
Sorry, couldn't find the mute button there. I had one question for administration on this, and it's somewhat tangential to the item at hand. We have a report coming back in a few weeks to this committee on non-residential subclasses through, I think, Bill 7. I don't know if you can answer this at this point, but is there potentially some ability for the city to classify heritage buildings under these subclasses?
I'd have to ask Ms. Pearson or Ms. Watt to answer that question, Councillor Hamilton.
All right, I don't know if we have them on the line here.
No, we don't have them on the line, so we'd have to follow up on that question.
All right, that was my question then. So perhaps we can follow up offline then.
Thank you. Has anyone been able to pull up the last quarterly reports are more retrospective on the CRL, but they do have an outlook on are we trending up or trending down, so.
Ms. Dobrinsky, were you able to pull up the last annual report, and can you provide the details on the quarter CRL in that last report?
Yes, we currently, based on the report we provided last year, we were, if we include the 2020 revenues, tracking approximately 28.5 million compared to the 160. But again, keeping in mind that the CRL is, it gathers momentum over time, so that it's not surprising that the majority of the revenues are happening in the last 10 years of the CRL versus the first 10 years.
It's a cash flow thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Did you have a follow-up on that, Councillor Cartmel?
No, that's fine. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks. Any further questions on this one? Anyone wishing to speak to it before I go to Councillor McKean to close? Not hearing anyone. Councillor McKean, did you want to say anything to close it off?
Yeah, I'll just try to be really quick and just say, and I want to thank our Heritage Group for the work they've done on this, Scott, Ash, and others. I want to thank Mr. Ken, for his work on this. I know it's been just the little bits I've heard. These have to be labors of love for people who do this, I think, and I don't think we should take that for granted. We were notified of another building that is at risk in the greater downtown area, and I always think it's really a real potential loss when we lose these heritage buildings especially in areas of the city where people will gather and will come for urban experiences. I think the Quarters has a ton of potential, and I think we've seen that reflected in some development and some gathering momentum. I share Councillor Cardinal's concern about these CRLs, but there was a point in my life where I really dug into them to do some communication. And my memory of this is the CRLs were, the projections on them were built around a very conservative estimate. And then even that was made more conservative. So I'm relatively comfortable, A, that we're not going to upset the CRL. And B, I think this is a really important investment in a heritage building on our main street and our entryway into downtown from the east as well. So, it's a lot of money. We've found a creative way to not sort of kill our heritage reserve too. So I'm comfortable on this, and again, and I really appreciate the work that Mr. Cantor and crew, Mr. Ash and crew did on this, and I hope people can support this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well said. Please vote.
We have all 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Carried. Now, we've got 10 minutes before the 11 o'clock time specific. Just wondering, I don't think that's enough time to get into either 6-7 or 6-9 and do them justice. We'd have to break partway through hearing from people. The implication of that, though, is that depending how long the Rossdale item, but this is what I was worried about, is it gets quite chippy here, is if depending how long we need on the Rossdale item, we might still be able to get started on 6-7 would be next up. But then that gets interrupted by 6-5 at 1:30. So this happens occasionally, and we're really sorry. I realize it takes up the whole day for you folks, and that you've got to stay on standby because your item could come up at any moment. But I'm going to suggest that it's a little tight for us to get into either one of those now before the 11 a.m. Rossdale item. But I'm just wondering, are the Rossdale folks available yet? Could we get started on that a few minutes early?
We could, yes.
Oh, super. Okay. In that case, now Mr. Ridley has requested to speak. Is he here or is he available as well? If we get to him before 11?
He is on the Google Meet call.
Oh, great. Okay. Welcome, Mr. Ridley. If there's no objection, then let's start on 6-4. I guess technically we could take a motion to bring 6-4 forward.
I'll move to bring 6-4 forward.
And I'll just see if there's unanimous consent for that. Any objection to starting that a bit early? Not hearing any. Then thank you for that. We'll get the presentation now on 6-4, and then maybe we can fit one of these other items in before lunch. So again, apologies, bear with us. Go ahead on 6-4, the Rossdale Land Transfer Agreement, council approval required. I guess that's superfluous. It's just the Rossdale Land Transfer Agreement, which we may recommend to council for approval.
Good morning, members of committee. With me today is Mr. Backstrom, who will be doing the presentation on the Rossdale Land Transfer Agreement.
You're advancing slides, okay. All right. Good morning. So we're here to make a presentation on this Rossdale land, the transfer of certain lands of EPCOR's in Rossdale to the city. Specifically, if you can go to the next slide, please, we are seeking Executive Committee's recommendation to City Council that a land transfer agreement and a maintenance agreement between the City of Edmonton and EPCOR be approved, and that the agreements be in form and content acceptable to the city manager. A subdivision and land transfer will allow the city to take ownership of significant areas of the EPCOR site in Rossdale, including the decommissioned power plant building. The land that will be transferred to the city is essential for several ongoing projects, such as the Touch the Water Promenade and the river crossing development. Through the maintenance agreement, EPCOR will continue to provide services for the power plant, while the city prepares a maintenance plan and explores options for adaptive reuse of these structures. Next slide. The plan for this subdivision and transfer dates to 2010, when EPCOR began decommissioning the Rossdale power plant. At that time, the city initiated discussions with EPCOR on a plan to transfer ownership of specific areas to the city. Through this subdivision, the city will retain ownership of land and buildings which have been used by the public for years, areas such as Remax Field and the Rossdale Community League site, which are part of the land title, as well as additional portions of the site which were not originally conceived for public use, such as the Rossdale power plant. EPCOR will retain the water treatment plant and the substation. There are also several easements which form part of the subdivision. Through one of these easements, EPCOR has agreed to make the green space above the underground water reservoir available for limited public use. As part of the city's due diligence, environmental assessments were undertaken to determine potential risks and long-term liabilities, and to ensure that these former industrial areas were fit for public use. Contaminants were identified, and the basic approach recommended by the environmental assessment was risk management, whereby contaminants are left in place and monitored on a go-forward basis. The city then developed a risk assessment and preliminary risk management plan. This was submitted to provincial regulators for review, which is a requirement under the Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act. The province has reviewed the risk management plan, has provided comments, and has requested additional information. The city will continue working with EPCOR and the province moving forward on this matter. Next slide. Now that the city has an understanding of environmental site conditions and requirements, administration is prepared to advance the subdivision. To move forward on the subdivision, City Council must approve a land transfer agreement. EPCOR and the city have negotiated the basic terms of this agreement, which include the following. The city will acquire these properties on a strictly as-is basis. Responsibility for all taxes and ongoing costs associated with servicing will revert to the city. The city becomes responsible for all operations and maintenance costs. Any work undertaken on the land that triggers the need for remediation or removal of hazardous substances by order of a regulatory authority will be the responsibility of the party initiating the work, either the city or EPCOR. If the city is the party initiating work and is therefore liable for remediation, it may seek a contribution from EPCOR towards the cost of remediation. The city will be able to request this contribution for a period of 20 years following the land transfer. And if the city and EPCOR cannot agree on the contribution within these 20 years, City Council becomes the ultimate arbiter of the matter. Administration will also work with EPCOR to draft a maintenance services agreement. EPCOR will continue to provide maintenance on the power plant as the city explores options for interim development or interim operation and adaptive reuse of these structures. Significant elements of this agreement will include a set term for maintenance not to exceed 2 years, The parties continue to negotiate the ability to extend the maintenance for 1-year terms as required. The maximum yearly value for services and payments will not exceed $500,000 per year. A limit of $20,000 will be set for any distinct service provided under the maintenance agreement, and the city's written approval will be required to exceed this limit. The agreement will also include a provision for ongoing maintenance of the decorative lighting program recently installed on the power plant. The additional time provided by the maintenance agreement would allow administration to better understand the requirements associated with managing these buildings as the city continues to explore options for new uses in these structures as contemplated in the River Crossing business plan. That's our presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Backstrom. It's a big day, actually, subject to council approval. A lot of work to get here. Mr. Ridley? Are you there?
I am.
Welcome. As you've been here before, you've got 5 minutes. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mayor and councillors. My comments are brief. I wanted to touch briefly on the ongoing projects portion of the report for the Rossdale Land Transfer Agreement, referring to the Rossdale Power Plant in particular and the adjacent pump house. But as was just noted, I'd be remiss in not recognizing the long path of getting to this agreement, for the relatively long path, and appreciating the work and investment that has gone into this on the part of the City of Edmonton with the leadership of City Council and EPCOR, and of course the larger community. Both the River Crossing Business Plan and the River Crossing Heritage Interpretive Plan identify this provincially and municipally designated Rossdale Power Plant and Pump House number 2 as key elements in these plans. To be clear, I mean, neither of the plans is absolutely contingent on the historic structures, but as these, in particular the power plant, an iconic Edmonton structure, and it has all the structural and historical complexities that are part of such historical places. Of course, it would, I think, greatly undermine the potential in those plans if we weren't able to continue on this work. And really the historical complexity that is part of this transfer, including the power plant, I think is essential to what lies ahead in terms of a gathering place, place for Edmontonians to gather. I think along with Edmontonians and throughout the city, we all think and at times wonder about what's the best and manageable future for this structure. And again, we want to recognize City Council's prior investments to stabilize the structure and towards pursuing further work and planning on its future use. From a heritage perspective, we also recognize the financial concerns that are part of this, including the environmental liability that's noted in the report as part of the overall transfer agreement. So in looking at this report and considering its approval at the committee level and by City Council, the Edmonton Heritage Council understands the prospect and reality of more City of Edmonton investment that will go into this, or that has gone into this and will go into it. Towards an arrangement in the future, one hopes, where other parties can share in these costs and the operation and the programming, take this on and make it into a gathering place for Edmontonians and a place for recreation, enjoyment, and leisure, and really for reflection on our relationship to the River Valley and the peoples and the communities that have shaped this place. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Ridley. Questions? Councillor McKean, do you have questions for Mr. Ridley?
I want to thank Mr. Ridley for his presentation, but I'd signed on for administration questions.
Okay. Councillor Walters has questions for Dave, though. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Ridley. And all I wanted to ask you was if you could maybe talk a little bit about what seems to me to be an increased degree of imagination about what could happen in the plant, kind of coming up from the community over the last couple of years in particular. Do you feel hopeful that we're going to be able to find a realistic transformation and use for the plant?
I believe there will be. I don't I'm not going to comment in any detail as to what that looks like, other than I think confidence in the creativity of Edmontonians and the community to look at this. I think there's a recognition of the importance of some facility, some place down there that has flexibility, that has opportunity to gather, that would be missing if we did not have that. You know, we can often say in these situations, well, if it was a purpose-built situation, sure, that might be easier, but as was noted by Councillor McKean and others in the item before this, these really represent places that are enriched because of their complexity, both in their structural realities as well as the historical reality. So I'm confident will happen, and I appreciated there's been, I think, good initial work done looking at, if not parallel, if not exactly parallel situations, but examples of prior industrial sites that have made the transition into key cultural, social, and economic opportunities in the community, that we'll be able to continue that work.
So when those uses ultimately have to layer in a significant amount of financial sustainability, so it probably it behooves us to figure that out more quickly than not, considering the costs of just keeping it empty and maintaining it as such.
I would think so. I mean, that was the key thing that struck me in the report, is the ongoing to get to some clearer future, that would be important to advance that and get to that point, you know, as soon as possible.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Ridley? Not seeing any, then thank you very much for your efforts and your continuing work with us on this. It is exciting. We'll turn now back to questions of administration, starting with Councillor McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And one of the concerns, of course, in reading the report was the term contamination. First of all, and I think it was addressed a bit, but are we confident that there's no impact on the river from that contamination?
We should have Anja Mullick from Engineering Services to answer that.
Good morning, Councillor McKean. This is Anja Mullick with Engineering Services. At this time, the data does not show that there are risks to the river from the contamination currently present.
The other question about the contamination specifically was, is this just leave it in place strategy fairly common versus, you know, going in and hauling out tons and tons of contaminated material? This is a legitimate strategy?
Yes, absolutely. So I'll point out that both risk management, which is the leave in place strategy, as well as remediation, legally have to meet the same requirements for protection to receptors. So risk management is not a do nothing approach.
Okay. The other question, I don't know who answers this, but I thought it's a bit of an odd situation if this was a major private corporation we were dealing with here. I might have more pause about responsibilities in coming years around maintenance and dealing with contamination, but both the City of Edmonton Corporation and EPCOR are owned by the citizens of the City of Edmonton. Should we take comfort from that? I don't know if that's Ms. Andrzejczyk who would answer that or who it would be.
It's Adam Laughlin here, and I would say yes.
Because it's not like somebody else could leave the country, be difficult to hold to any future obligations. We own EPCOR. They're going to be a good partner on this. or we would have some leverage. Yes?
I mean, leverage is a strong word. I think we've got an excellent relationship with EPCOR that I think we can navigate through this like we do on many of the issues we deal with EPCOR.
Right. How many years has this been being negotiated? I don't know who would answer that, but.
We've been at this for a number of years, Councillor McKean, since 2012. We've been negotiating with EPCOR on this transfer.
Okay. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you. Thank you for the report. Exciting times. I just want to confirm a few of the things that I think I read. So in the relatively short term, we have budget allocations to allow us to continue the maintenance and operating costs when the land transfers. We don't need an immediate operating budget increase.
That's correct, Councillor.
And likewise, capital, there's a capital profile that allows us to do some very early work, but further on work will come with a cost potentially to remediate capital costs, and that will be approved. We're not buying a liability here, making any promises here. We'll approve those things, or at least have the opportunity to discuss those things as they happen, as they come forward. Fair to say?
That's correct, Councillor Cartmel.
Okay, I have one other nitpicky question, and that is included in the potential operating costs is a new FTE for a dedicated property manager. And I find that contrary to the narrative of the last couple of weeks.
Councillor Cartmel, we will definitely look at what the requirements are as we bring this building on, and we'll look within our existing resources before we would bring any new FTE asks forward to council for your consideration.
So I'm a little concerned that because this is embedded in the report and the report might read with the approval of council, that is a tacit approval of an additional FTE. And I want to move away from that.
It is not a tacit approval of an FTE. We will continue to look at it as we bring it on board, and we'd be very thoughtful as an executive leadership team. If we required an FTE, we would bring that forward with great thought before we brought it to the budget process for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. That's all my questions.
Councillor Walters?
Thanks. So maybe describe a hypothetical or potential scenario that city council would have to arbitrate if there was any kind of dispute related to the site. Just so I understand that in kind of real terms.
Councillor Walters, it's Carl Arger with the Law Branch. I can give you one scenario. Alberta Environment comes back and refuses the risk management plan, and there's millions of dollars in contamination costs, and the parties can't agree on EPCOR's contribution. We would then come back to City Council, and they would make the final decision as to how those contamination or remediation costs would be allocated.
So then where would EPCOR, so EPCOR would pay that then, so we would be able to direct EPCOR then to pay a certain amount, and I guess that's what that's a great example, because that's what I'm wondering, if EPCOR was, footed with a bill of some kind, how would they pay for that? Would it come out of like a rate structure, or where, just out of their general corporate revenues, or I'm just wondering how that cost then increases to either the taxpayer or the ratepayer.
Unfortunately, I can't answer that. I don't know.
This is Mr. Backstrom. The discussions with EPCOR have been that it would be just a deduction from the dividend.
From the dividend, because the money has to come from somewhere. So, okay.
Well, and I think why we can't answer that definitively is because depending on the amount and depending on the outcome, EPCOR would likely have different approaches that they would utilize to cover that, if we ever get there. And
same person's paying, whether it's them or us,
right?
Though, ultimately,
but like us, I'm assuming that they have,
right?
I know our finance folks slap my wrist when I say this, but we have appropriate contingencies to cover off unexpecteds.
Yeah.
We call them something else financially, but yeah.
Okay. That's hypothetical enough, I suppose. So EPCOR was starting to program. There was a couple incidences programming and activation and life of late. You know, that one big event and then the tours, and you know, to what degree will we maintain that you know, I know it's small momentum considering how long it's been sitting there, cavernous and empty, but to what degree will we continue to press forward and activating it to further and compel and inspire that imagination, which might lead to a more financially sustainable use of that place?
Those are great questions. The River Crossing Heritage Interpretive Plan says we should continue to activate it. We were grateful. We've been grateful for what EPCOR has done, most recently with the lease to Prairie Sky Gondola to allow those tours to happen this summer. Over 1,500 Edmontonians, they just tweeted, got into the building, and all of them are potential ambassadors, or at least more knowledgeable about it. Going forward, it really depends on the costs. As the city, if council approves this land transfer and the land transfers to the city will be able to look at what the costs are and what we're able to do with the budget we have available. Councillor Cartmell referred to the capital budget. There's about $6.7 million going into an advanced assessment and priority rehabilitation. So basically they're in the assessment phase now, and then we'll be able to do construction starting next year. That's probably going to take us to 2023, and at that point, the hope is that money will allow us to let people into the building without hard hats and safety goggles, and allow more uses to happen. And we've had some initial conversations with at least one organization, one sort of significant organization in Edmonton that's looking to that date, and just an activity or an event.
Looking to use it.
Yeah. And again, subject to budget and all those kind of things.
So just because I'm running out of time in a second, is, sort of related to the, do we need an FTE question or not? One other way to look at that is that someone could manage it. And so once some of that stuff is shored up and those capital investments are made, that there could be someone that manages it for us, whether it be kind of an arm's length group or a private company, right?
Potentially, Councillor Walters, and that's why we are suggesting here it's a bit of a wait and see, and continue supporting groups as they come in that want to activate that site. And then if the asks become so significant, we'd have to come back to council and have a discussion for your decision making through that through the budget process.
Great. Good work. Thanks, Eric.
So the subdivision map has a few fascinating little bits on it, but the one I want to focus on is the one that maybe alleviates some constraint, because access, for any kind of repurpose of the building, access has been one of the most significant questions. So the map shows a right-of-way subdivision for the city that comes off Rossdale Road and would presumably provide sort of shared access then for EPCOR into their secure area for the water treatment plant, but leaves a right-of-way that comes all the way down with a turnaround on the east side of the low-pressure building. And will that functionally allow us, for whatever the city's doing from a maintenance standpoint, but also users or tenants or guests in whatever scenario where the building is being programmed for people to come in, that's where we're going to draw that access from?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
And that will be unrestricted and not behind a gate, as it were?
It's currently gated, and and I think EPCOR will wait for our direction when we're ready to actually open that gate, or we may it may be a situation for the the near future, we just unlock it when we need it. But definitely that gate can be opened and kept open.
Well, among the duties of the FTE may be gatekeeping functions, as it were. Because our intent is not to open the building immediately for regular use. It would be on a ticketed basis of some kind for any events that may unfold in there over time, just as it has been for the last year or two, however long it's been.
Correct. We're just set up for that public access to happen when we're ready. For the time being, we want to protect the building and deter graffiti and vandalism and so forth. But we're we're set up to have that public access when we need it.
Parking is still a considerable challenge though strictly speaking, our open parking changes give us some more flexibility around permits and zoning and use of this building for different things, provided people can come to it by some other means feasibly.
They do, absolutely.
So very large bike rack, potentially.
Potentially.
Do you ever seen a Dutch train station? It's quite something. But anyway, okay, so this right-of-way will give us that. That will lead to some reconfiguration potentially of the fencing and the access over time, but that's all to come subsequently. For now, it would remain secure.
Correct.
But I saw this and this really protects our options, which is helpful. The contamination questions I think have been addressed. The hopes and dreams questions I think have been partially addressed, though there's still a lot more work to do there. And the sort of not quite zero sum, but effectively questions about how we deal with EPCOR, I think have been addressed too. So I have no further.
Mr. Mayor, may I clarify one of the questions about EPCOR?
Sure.
Just that we would, if in that situation, the hypothetical situation, that we would negotiate with them. It's not a given that it would be from the dividend, that would need to be negotiated.
That might be their opening position, but we wouldn't want to get into the, it's a hypothetical at this point. So, but there is a dispute resolution mechanism that elevates up to the owners, shareholders who can balance off all of the interests and optimize whatever the issue is. So I think it's good to anticipate that, but I agree with Mr. Laughlin's assessment that the relationship and culture is such that it likely wouldn't come to that. So, okay, I would move this, but I think I'll let Councillor McKean do that if he wants to.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was my intent, and to speak to it briefly.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to thank a number of people on this, or give credit to them. And I know Councillor Henderson would have worked on this when his ward included Rossdale. Michael Fair, Jane Batty, previous mayors. And I know I wanted to thank Councillor Walters and you, Mr. Mayor, and I hope I'm not forgetting others, but you've shown a real commitment to Rossdale and an excitement around a potential vision for creating an amazing cultural arts, dining, shopping place that I think we will all agree must recognize its history and certainly its honored place within Indigenous history. But, and I also want to thank the community of Rossdale, and I know they've been frustrated over the years with various plans, and also so I want to thank the Rossdale community for their patience, and thank Mr. Backstrom, Ms. McCabe, and everybody who's worked on this for the last few years to get us to this point. And all things being equal, ignoring COVID for a second, if I might, I think there's a really interesting, compelling future here. We've already seen some private sector interest with the Gondola Group and their tours they did. So I'm really excited about it. It's in many ways a big day, even though this is just a land transfer, which probably took hundreds, if not thousands of hours to get done. But again, just thank everybody who worked on this. And thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKean, and ditto to you. Anyone else wishing to speak to this? Not seeing any, then why don't we vote? Yeah, and this way we can at least get to one of the other items. Display the vote, please. That's carried unanimously. I have enough new information to deal with item 3, the inquiries, if we can move to bring that back forward.
So moved.
Thank you. I'll just seek consent on that. Any objections to bringing it forward? So, consistent with our previous discussion, the city may not have this information, but EPCOR does and is prepared to share it with the city. So it is attainable for administration with minimal barriers. So I'll reverse my previous question and ruling about the inquiry and accept Councillor Hamilton's inquiry on the basis that the information is easily available to administration. So thank you for following up on that. Apologies, Councillor Hamilton. I misunderstood the premise. So, so that inquiry is accepted.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next in our agenda would be item 6.7, bylaw 19410, closure of vehicular title access to title parcels for Valley Line West. Is there a presentation on this one?
We do not have a presentation, but we have opening remarks.
Sure.
Right, thank you, members of committee. We are here today requesting City Council's approval of bylaw 19410, the closure of vehicular access to titled parcels along the Valley Line West LRT corridor. The Valley Line West LRT project is an integral piece of our long-term transportation system, supporting our growth into a city of 2 million people in the coming decades. It will also transform the layout and use of major streets and communities along the route. Throughout the process of evolving the design for this project, administration has worked hard to mitigate property impacts as much as possible, being a key principle in forming the route selection as well as the design. The decision to close an access is not one that is made lightly, especially ones directly impacting a property owner and its tenants. These access closures are, however, necessary to accommodate the reconfigured roadways and the operation of the LRT, as well as to adhere with access management guidelines providing for safe vehicle access to and egress from major roadways and ensure the safety of pedestrians, drivers, cyclists, and transit users along the road and sidewalks along the corridor. We are asking for these access closures as we near the completion of our procurement process at the end of 2020. These access closures are part of a process necessary leading to preparations in selecting a preferred proponent and starting construction in 2021. While we are seeking approval of the bylaws today, it is important to note that these accesses are not closing in the short term. Actual closures are not expected to come into effect until mid-2021 at the earliest, and many of the properties in these bylaws won't be closed until sometime in 2022. Affected landowners will receive at least 6 months' notice in accordance with the Valley Line West contract. We will begin to have a better picture of the access closure timing once a preferred contractor for the project is finalized and the schedule is confirmed in 2021. City administration has been communicating with affected property owners and tenants who grant permission by property owners since 2018 and is committed to providing them with clear information about what to expect with regards to the project requirements, impacts, and timelines. That commitment doesn't change with these proposed bylaws today. City administration will continue to work with affected property owners and tenants and ensure that they are kept informed on relevant project updates and milestones along the way. Further, each of these access closure files have been assigned to a specific project contact to ensure that each owner's concerns are addressed appropriately and in a timely manner. Aside from the technical considerations used to inform decisions related to these access closures, compensation is a separate consideration and is dealt with on a case-by-case basis with each property owner. Administration will continue to work with owners to ensure that they are treated fairly. We have the responsibility to ensure any compensation is reasonable and justified within the boundary of applicable legislation. Legal Services is here today and can answer any general questions you may have about the compensatory scheme in the Highways Development and Protection Act. If the Council has any questions related to compensation about any specific project access closures, we would be prepared to discuss those details in private, subject to FOIP provisions 25 and 27. Administration does have a presentation available that includes a series of plans and pictures, just plans and pictures for reference to help support any questions on specific locations. We would be pleased to answer any questions, of course, after speakers.
Thank you, Mr. Malista. We'll now hear from Penny Smith, then Tom Nguyen, then Salim Malib, in that order, and then there may be questions of the panelists. So if we can help, can you let me know, are you Ms. Smith? Okay, if you can head on up, and if clerks can help folks get seated. We are doing a panel, yes? So is Mr. Nguyen here? Or is he online?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. And Mr. Malib, welcome. Do we have a space for Mr. Malib? Okay, as I mentioned earlier, for the previous panels, you'll each have 5 minutes. We'll hear from you in the order in which we have you registered here, and then please stay where you are as there may be some questions for you. Again, there'll be a timer running in the room here, and for Mr. Nguyen, we'd encourage you to run a timer for your 5 minutes at home as well. If you're having any challenges with communication virtually, the Office of City Clerk has additional resources laid on and can be reached in the contact information provided in your registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. Just ask that everyone who's on the call refrain from using the chat function during the meeting, as it can create issues of decorum, provide unfair advantage, and can interfere with the live stream. And just a note, please mute yourself if you're not answering questions or speaking at a given time. So we'll now hear first from Ms. Smith. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, for allowing me to address you today. My name is Penny Smith. My son and I own and run the store Just for Fun Video Games, located at 10060 156th Street, on the corner of Stony Plain Road and 156th Street. I wanted to talk to you about the proposed permanent access closure of our parking lot. A few years ago, I attended a town hall meeting hosted by Councillor Andrew Knack, in which the West End LRT project was being discussed. As I was on the verge of needing to sign a new lease agreement, I attended this meeting to learn more about the proposed development. In conversation with Councillor, I was instructed that there would be no significant impact on the property in which my business was located. In fact, he advised me that business would boom as a result of the increased accessibility to the area. Following that conversation, I left the meeting feeling confident and comfortable to engage in a new 5-year lease, which I am now in the 2nd year of. Had I known about these proposed permanent access closures, I would have not renewed my lease, and I would have looked for new space for business. Every day, I get new customers that drive by my storefront, see my signs, and make a spur-of-the-moment decision to turn into the parking lot to come to my store. For almost 30 years, this is how my business has grown. I consider this ease of access to my storefront to be an asset, and I feel that by taking it away would be the beginning of the end for my business. I appreciate my now loyal customers, but like many businesses, I also know that in order to survive, there needs to be an emphasis on customer growth. And I attribute the majority of my customer growth to their quick decisions to instantly enter our parking lot. For many years, we had a north access to Stony Plain Road. That was removed a couple of years ago through the Stony Plain Road BIA beautification projects. Your maps show that this is still there, and that might be why planners think these are closers to a viable plan. Is it not true that parking lot of our size require 2 entrances and exits? With the proposed closures, there would be a single exit to the parking lot, and a customer would need to have serious intent to visit my store or any other store in our shopping center. Any customer heading south on 156th Street would be required to drive the equivalent distance of over 6 blocks to reach the new proposed access. I feel many of those drive-by customers will not even bother to try. By losing these customers and our main source of customer growth, I could very well lose my business before my lease is up. It would be like having the city cut off my legs and leaving me die a slow and painful death. In 2017, I voted for you, Mayor Iveson, and Councillor Andrew Knack, because I knew that you believed in supporting small businesses and sticking up for the little guy. These proposed closures put our family business in jeopardy. I stand before you today as a small business owner, pleading that you can give me and my son a fighting chance to provide for our families, and to not move forward with restricting access to our parking lot and storefront. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Mr. Nguyen?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mayor Iveson and Council Committee. I purchased this building in March, knowing that the LRT is not affecting the building. So my whole family are putting everything into this one. And now we find out that the access is closed, it will depreciate the value of the building, which is that's not good for us. And for my tenants, nobody gonna willing to drive around the block and go see them. Just like for Queen Donaire, if someone just want to stop by, grab a quick bite, they're not gonna drive around a couple of blocks to come to see them. They're just gonna go around the other side and buy some food. But I've seen the plan before. You guys purchased, the city purchased the corner pharmacy across from the building for intents of having LRT running through that. And I'm not sure why it's making that change. And with the new change, there will be no left turn at all from 156th Street to Stony Plain Road. And I think that would be greatly affect the traffic here, would cause a lot of problem. So, and I was proposing with the city to reopen the access on the Stony Plain Road, but they said it was the safety issue, which there's no other choice because there is no access to the building at all. So, in my opinion, I would think we stick to the old plan, have the LRT running through the corner pharmacy. And you guys can move the bus stop to over on that side so everybody can have easy access to bus stop in LRT. So that was my opinion. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Nguyen. And last but not least, Mr. Malaib.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Salim Malaib. I'm the owner of Queen Donaire in the same building. Our store has been there for, I hear stories about more than 40 years. I've been involved with it 5 years ago. And I like the area, I like everything that we've been doing there. The main reason for us to take that business at the time was I had a health issue happening to my son, so we had to change our whole life at home to accommodate that situation after he got diagnosed by a long-term illness. And thankfully, we were able to do that purchase, which accommodates and makes me able to provide for my family, for my wife and 3 kids. That's why we signed a 10 years lease after knowing that the LRT won't be affecting that building, and we kind of have our life set based on that situation. We put our life investment in there, especially after losing a big business, after knowing about my son's sickness. So we collected what is in our power and invested it in this business. In August 2019, I believe the sidewalk was closed for a couple of days for something to do, and we noticed a dramatic decrease in income for sales at the store, and that was just for a few days of some maintenance thing that happened, and that caused us to do that. People are looking for convenience they like you as much as possible, but everybody for lunch has a limited time and has all that stuff. So time is an important matter for lots of people. So once anybody needs to drive another 4 or 5 minutes to reach your point, and especially the access that's supposed to be given to us, it's really, really inconvenient. It's just like as if I take your iPhone 11 and give you a Motorola Razr and I ask you to do the same work that you're doing right now. So it is not convenient. It's definitely going to affect our businesses. As I said, I signed a 10 years lease, hoping having a peace of mind to be able to look after my family and take one thing off my shoulders. Since I've heard about this one, I've had so many sleepless nights to, thinking of trying to make things happen for what's going on. And we've been working hard through COVID-19, and COVID-19 wasn't able to shut us down. I hope this will not shut us down. And we have employees, we have families that work at the store, and we're happy and we're supporting everybody and we do our job for the community and all that stuff. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. I hope you guys understand that point. I always believe that there's always an easy way to do things and there's always a harder way to do things. And I believe if we do things a little bit harder way on your end, guys, the result can be done. We are small business owners who try to live and to make things happen for our families and our community. So we can't carry the burden of such a huge hit. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to all of our panelists. I think there may be questions from committee, but it may be in our interest to go to Councillor Knack as the subject matter local expert and councillor. So Councillor Knack, go ahead with questions.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the three of you for coming out today. Obviously, we'll be asking some of your questions to administration. But maybe just to Mr. Nguyen in particular, because I know you mentioned when we had our phone conversation last week, you bought the building back in March. And I'm just curious around if you can explain some of the engagement that's occurred with city staff since that point, because I mean, part of the challenge is that the decision to switch from the 45-degree angle by the corner pharmacy versus what the current alignment was made back in March 2018. So that was after we had some of those town hall meetings that I know had also been discussed. So first, let's just talk a little bit about the engagement that you've had, what you've heard from city staff on this.
Well, from what I heard is the city had bought the corner pharmacy to have the LRT line run through there. And also that the Orange Hub. So when I heard about that, I'm like, great. So the LRT gonna be across the street, not in front of us, like blocking our entrance. So that's why I was thinking well, we can purchase the building and have more convenience that way. And I'm not sure when it got changed, but I didn't get notification, no nothing. And when I purchased the building and Mr. Bill from the city started contacting me and said they're proposing closing the access.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, no, and part of the challenge, as you noted, is in fact the change occurred well before the purchase of the building. It actually occurred in March 2018. We went through a pretty lengthy public process, but that was before you had bought the building. So since that point, I guess the one question I would have is, can you? I've seen it. I've been walking through it, but there's a concern that's been expressed by a number of you around what the new alignment, what does that new alignment actually look like? How does that work for the businesses here if that were to proceed? Can you just for the sake of all members of council, provide us with an explanation of what would be the new way to try to access your property if this change were to occur?
Well, for the new asset, if my main asset right now being blocked, I would say reopen the old access that north of the building that facing Stony Plain Road. So when the people drive by, they can have easier access. Because what I've been told is the alternate access, it will be going from 150th Street, go south, go around the corner to 100A Avenue, and then from there, take the alley, go into the building.
Yeah, so,
I don't think anybody would willing to do that.
Yeah, and sorry, just you said 158. So somebody, if they wanted to access the building, would be required to turn onto 158th Street, 100A Avenue. Then there will be an alley, essentially close to where the existing Jasper Place Wellness Center is, in order to get to the property. That's what you just shared as the alternate access currently.
Yeah, that's what I've been told is the city will knock down that wellness center and make it into a roadway for the access to the building.
Well, I'll and so again, just for you and of course our two other speakers, I'll be asking about some of this. I'll recognize council made a change, which I supported 2.5 years ago in terms of how that station would be realigned. We'll ask about some of these specific challenges that have come up in questions of administration. So thank you for your time, and that's it from you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for the speakers? Or did Councillor Knack cover it? Sounds like. So thank you all for your presentations. We appreciate that this is arduous and uncertain for you, certainly, and so we thank you for taking the time to come and talk to us here today. We'll direct some questions to administration now about the issues you've raised, so, and you can certainly stay and observe. Questions for administration? I want to start with Councillor Knack again on this one. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So obviously we've heard some of the concerns, and I guess the first question that comes up, I think overall our goal as a city is to try to reduce any access onto roadways immediately adjacent to the LRT line to reduce impacts, except for at specific intersections. That's generally our objective. Is that correct?
Our objective is to provide safe access, so it's not to eliminate it altogether. It's just to be practice some discernment around kind of what we expect in terms of the modified operation of that corridor. So in this specific instance, because it is directly abutting the LRT and the LRT alignment is on the west side of the roadway, it does present a very distinct and unique safety challenge in our ability to provide safe access or egress across that LRT corridor is inhibited just by the choice of the alignment that we collectively recommended and was approved.
So, and that's why right now the proposal is what's being suggested is the current, or I guess the previous location where the Jasper Place Wellness Center is, which is immediately adjacent to the transit center. That building is proposed to come down in part to provide the roadway access to that building. Is that one of the primary reasons for acquiring that parcel of land?
Correct. That is correct.
So one question I do have, just to make sure I've explored it. So I appreciate very much at that location why you might not want to have any left-hand turns in particular. Did we consider allowing that access to be maintained with a right in, right out only? Because I think the follow-up would then be, then we likely, I'm guessing, wouldn't need to take down the Jasper Place building or the previous Jasper Place building. So if you allowed right in, right out, does that negate the need for any type of removal of other land?
Yeah, so just to be clear, the decision to purchase the Jasper Place Health Center wasn't made in isolation of just the requirement to provide access to this parcel, so there were other reasons for that.
Fair, yeah.
So even without that, it does present an opportunity through the acquisition of that parcel to provide access, but it wasn't one of the main compelling reasons for doing that. As to the question about specifically right-in, right-out access, that was something that we did review. Arguably, I'd say that the safety issues that are posed aren't necessarily negated either through the left or the right-in or the right-out. It's any access really directly where you have the risk of queuing traffic across the corridor. And that's precisely with this instance, you'd have traffic being able to, with poor sight lines, being able to look over a very tight radius corner on an LRT operation. So the ability to be able to have any kind of access at that point that would allow for vehicles to cross and queue is what we've deemed to be a very dangerous consideration, which has contributed to why we've elected to proceed with recommending that it be closed.
Okay, so just so I make sure I fully appreciate it, the concern would be, and I'm going to set aside any type of a left-hand turn, because I think for a variety of reasons you definitely wouldn't want to do that, because that is in the middle of its turn, and that would create a lot of challenges, especially with only one lane. But your concern is even with a right-hand turn for the south, for the traffic that would be traveling south on 156th Street or coming off Stony Plain Road, turning south onto 156, is that if you allowed a right in, right out there, you would be concerned that traffic might queue up, potentially impacting operations of the Stony Plain Road 156th Street intersection. You're concerned that there would be too many cars waiting to turn into that strip mall. Is that correct? Is that how I understand it?
You've got queuing traffic from the north, and then if you had, so that directly impacts the ability for people taking a left out. And I think that's the one you're talking about, the right out or left out. So that's something, and as you have that queuing traffic, it does obscure the sight lines for the LRT that's making that tight radius. And then for the southbound direction, as you're coming immediately south, if you had vehicles trying to turn right, the LRT is coming directly from your blind spot. So your ability to make that right turn while an LRT is coming from an opposite direction would be very, very unsafe. And it's not something we would encourage, and that's why we're suggesting it be closed.
I see. Okay. I see what you're saying. Okay. I'm out of time. I think I might have a few more questions, but now I have a.
Thank you. Councillor Walters?
Thank you. So, Mr. Malista, I'm still trying to understand the safety concern with what Councillor Knack is asking related to right in, right out on that access. So if I'm looking at these maps in the report, so is there queuing there today?
Yes, there is. There's
going into that access, into those parking lots?
There's queuing from the intersection, so I'm not speaking specifically to queuing of vehicles coming in and out of the access into the business. It's queuing at the intersection of 156th Street and Stony Plain Road.
So, but leaving the access open would exacerbate that queuing after construction's complete?
No, but by having that queuing, you've also got block sight lines. So as the signal phasing for the intersection is such that when you have an LRT come through, basically all the cars are stopped in virtually every direction,
right?
Because of the left turn. So and when that happens, your ability to make that left turn, knowing that you've got queued traffic, you'd have a car parked across the LRT corridor. So if you had a vehicle within the parking lot trying to make a left out, they wouldn't be able to do that unless they sat and parked their car on top of the LRT alignment and waited for an opening within the traffic. And knowing that it's queued, you'd be sitting there for a while, parked.
But that's if they're trying to make a left out. But if
Correct.
They're not allowed to do that, I don't think that's not what's being suggested by Councillor Knack. It's the...
So that's just one of them. And then, right, so that whether it's the left and then the right out. I'll try to break these down all in one by one. The right out, you've got an LRT coming from a direction behind the vehicles as they're parked and they're queued in the intersection. You wouldn't be able to see the LRT coming around the corner, nor would the LRT be able to have good a sight line as they're. So if you have a westbound direction LRT moving to southbound on 156th Street, their ability to be able to see that vehicle as it makes an egress, whether it's a right out or a left out, would be significantly encumbered because of the queued traffic and their ability to see properly, both from the car exiting as well as the LRT making that sharp turn. And that's precisely why in most cases we try to limit access points in close proximity to the intersections. We try to usually move them further back to not unintentionally add additional conflict points within what is already a congested conflict point in the intersection.
So these are, enormously complicated, puzzles to try and make sure everybody is, challenges like this are mitigated in advance in the design phase. So the level of engagement with the folks who would be affected by this after that alignment was shifted, and I think it was 2018 that we discussed earlier. Maybe describe that. It feels like folks are kind of caught off guard, based on what they've presented to us today, and it's not a small matter for them. It's one intersection for us, but not a.
Yeah, I'll ask Bruce Ferguson, our branch manager for LRT, to answer that.
Great, thank you very much. As councillor, there were public engagement events after 2018 as we finalized the preliminary design for Valley Line West. There were open houses, and there was also the capstone design event that was held in early 2019, where we presented to the public the revised layouts of the LRT.
And all those business owners were in attendance or communicated with?
They were invited, yes.
Yeah. Okay. There seems to be some head shaking, but we'll continue to explore.
Yeah, and just to be clear, Councillor Walters, the issue with this particular access is the tracks are on the west side of 156th Street, so any access in and out of using this access either for right in, right out, would directly cross the tracks at an uncontrolled intersection.
Either way, yeah. Okay, thanks.
So that introduces a direct conflict at the access in question, which short of moving the train back to where it was, as was suggested, really there's no way to eliminate that conflict other than, those are your two choices: move the train elsewhere or close the access.
Correct.
Just to boil it down.
I think the trade-off that council considered at the time in March 2018 was really about trying to
minimize the property impacts on the other side of the street, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
As well as create a more safer integration with the bus transfers that happen in between with pedestrian traffic from the transit center to the LRT station. So preventing them from having to cross 156th Street.
So you unload closer to the existing transit bus terminal, immediately to the west, or close to the west. So this, I think clearly this does have the potential to create some issues, and the argument is the access is off the lane, that there is still access.
Correct. We are, maybe Ms. Anderchuk could support me in this, but we are legally required to provide access to every parcel of land.
But from the lane is deemed sufficient?
As circuitous as has been presented by the speakers, it is access to their property.
That's correct.
And so instead of turning in right off 156th mid-block, the turn is two right turns, one if you're going southbound, or it's a left turn either way if you're going northbound. You've got to cross the tracks to make it, but there'll be provision for access to the lane still. Or that closes and it's a it's a dead-end access off the lane from 157th?
The access would come off, it's 158th and 100th A through the alley that would be constructed through the Jasper Place Wellness Center. So, I don't know if there's another way, I'm missing something here if I could describe it a different way, but essentially, depending on which part of the city that you're coming from and trying to access the business, ideally, somebody would have to come down 158th and then 100th A, which is the avenue that is between both 100th and Stony Plain Road. And from there, they would have a direct alley connection, basically a straight shot into the parking lot. But it wouldn't come directly off of 156th Street.
I have other questions, but they're probably legal advice that we would need to get in private then. So I've got a couple more questions, but I'll hold back and see what else comes publicly here. Are folks okay to extend a bit to see if we can tidy this one? Okay, well, I'll go to you right now, Councillor Walters, and see if you can. I can't see Councillor Hamilton or Councillor McKean, if you're able to stay or not for a couple more minutes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Sure. Thanks. All right, let's, I'll go back to Councillor Knack on the second round.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for being willing to extend a little bit. The other piece I wanted to explore, because I appreciate some of the points you've raised around why a right-in, right-out might be a little more challenging there. Understandably, there's probably concern around a fairly long detour, which is what I think we've heard from the businesses. So I know in the plan, and I know right now, we have an alley access in between the newly constructed building that's immediately adjacent to the transit center, right on Stony Plain Road, and this property. So there's a turn-in point off Stony Plain Road that would essentially put you right behind the building. Now, in the Valley Line West documents, the way I understand it is that it is unlikely, based off the images I'm seeing, that you would be able to be traveling west on Stony Plain Road and take a left turn after 156th Street behind the building. I'm curious if we've thought about maybe revisiting that. So, because I think the concern is having somebody turn off 158th Street going on to 100A Avenue and then getting into the alley and then going down the alley to the front of the business feels a little much. Whereas even if we could use the back of the building right there and allow right and left-hand turns off Stony Plain Road behind, potentially put some signage right up on the back of that building to clean it up, because I know it often is can be tagged. Maybe that's a way to help provide more direct access back into that space. So I wouldn't mind your thoughts if we've looked at that option.
My understanding is that's private property, but it would be something that we would have to look at a little bit further and a little bit more investigation or analysis on that. I would also point out that I think part of the rationale too is the eastbound left turn at 156th Street is actually, that left turn is quite long and actually extends over that alley. So you would end up probably having to make a trade-off and shortening that left turn. And then when you get queuing traffic both from westbound left turns and eastbound left turns overlapping each other, what you get is you get in a situation where the sight lines for those left turning traffic are blocked, creating another safety issue.
It's and appreciate that it's a risk. I imagine that once the LRT comes there, we're going to see a lot of the vehicular traffic really shift to 100th Ave, which is a one-way, well, not one-way, but a fairly major eastbound corridor. And I understand that what you're suggesting is that that access may in fact be part of the building's property. Noting the owners of that site, they might be interested in exploring something like that if it also would result in even an ability to access, better signage, or potentially something that would address the back of the current building that we're talking about. And it may be a better middle. So I'm just throwing it out as a potential way that we might try to provide more direct access, and with proper signage, not be as big of a barrier to accessing their property as a detour 2 blocks away, followed by a 1 block detour on an avenue, then accessing an alley. That it just feels like that we might want to be willing to look at that other option as a way to address a more direct connection into these businesses.
I think that's something we could take away and explore further, and either have that presented back to committee for a decision, but I'm not sure exactly how you would want to have that come back to you for a decision.
Sure. I mean, I'm not on the committee, but and I think I understand the need to proceed with some of the other work, but maybe there would be an opportunity to have something come back specific around this while you continue to deal with all of the other work that needs to be done, and not hold up this specific conversation, but just provide maybe different solutions. So that's maybe a bit of my commentary to committee. I don't know if there's any interest. You might want to take the lunch break to think about that, and then we could come back to it afterwards. That's it for me, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I think if there's, some options analysis and maybe some in private questions, depending on implications, perhaps we should pause on this item. We would come back to it after the 1:30 time specific, so we can carry on with it in the afternoon, because I think there may need to be a little bit more discussion offline, perhaps, to vet some options, or figure out procedurally what's the best way to give instructions for that to happen, not over lunch, but with due consideration. So, but I think it makes sense to take lunch to figure that out. So, so then just to track the agenda, the way this would work is we do have item 6.5, which only has one speaker, so that I don't suspect will be that lengthy a discussion. So we would return to item 6.7, and may or may not make sense for us to hear 6.9, and then that we may need similar advice on that, depending. So so bear with us. Speakers who are registered for 6.9, we will get to you this afternoon, early to mid. Just also a note that there's a special council meeting called for later this afternoon, which will supersede executive committee if we run out of time, but I think we should be able to finish. So, so let's take the scheduled noon break now. We'll come back quickly on item 6.5, and then we'll round out again with 6.7 and 6.9. So see you in 85 minutes.
And Mr. Mayor, I just want to say this out loud, recognizing that you've adjourned for lunch, which is fine. I have a commitment I have to attend at 2:30.
Just to let everyone know, the cameras have been turned on and we are streaming.
That will help, though. That will help. I was thinking about phoning him, but if you're going to, that's really helpful. Okay, let's pick right back up, not quite where we left off, because we do have a time specific for 1:30 here, which is the draft amendments to policy C595 Neighborhood Renewal Program. It is the non-statutory public hearing on this matter, and I'm going to assume that our speaker is joining us virtually for this when we get to it. Is Ms. Klassen there on the line? Oh yes, I see her there. Welcome. Just make sure we can hear you.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Good day, and we'll come to you in a moment. Just to orient you to how this will work, administration will first be providing, and this will apply for the other item when we get to it as well, item 6.9 this afternoon. Administration will provide opening remarks or presentation. Members of the public will be invited to speak either in person here or virtually using Google Meet. Each will have 5 minutes to make comments. Clerk will run the official timer. However, those attending virtually may wish to use the timer at home too, please. When the speaker is finished, though, please stay in your seat or on the line, as committee may wish to ask questions at the end of the panel of speakers. After comments from the public, council or committee may ask questions then, of course, of city administration. For those participating virtually, please refrain from using the chat function in Google Meet during the meeting, as it can create issues of decorum, provide unfair advantage, and may interfere technically with the live stream. Additionally, remember to mute your microphone when you're not presenting or answering questions. If you are experiencing any difficulties, the Office of City Clerk has resources available to facilitate communication with those participating virtually. Please reach out using the contact information provided in your registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. And finally, again, for those of us here in person, please remember that the temporary mandatory face covering bylaw is in effect. We ask that you keep your mask on at all times, including while making your remarks to committee. You'll notice that members of council administration may from time to time take off their masks while they're behind the plexiglass barriers, and we'll put them back on when moving about the room or talking with each other during the meeting. We appreciate your understanding and participation in keeping everyone safe. So, let's get the presentation. If there is one, yeah, it looks like there is on 6.5. Yes. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of committee. I'm accompanied today by Craig Walboom and Ryan Olson, both from our Building Great Neighborhoods branch, responsible for delivering on the mandate of renewal within BIAs and more extensively in neighborhoods, including alleys. Also joined by Pascal Ladesseur and Bradley Lehman, both from Infrastructure Planning and Design, who are responsible for the infrastructure asset management functions, including the stewardship of the NRP policy being discussed today. And with that, I'll turn it over to Pascal for a presentation.
Thank you, Jason. So we're here today as a response to a motion passed last year to facilitate accelerated renewal in BIA in the business improvement areas. Specifically, Executive Committee received a report detailing options for a change to how the Neighborhood Renewal Program prioritizes work within the BIAs and selected an option to complete the work by 2030. First, some background on the policy C595, which governs the Neighborhood Renewal Program. The policy is setting rules around the use of the dedicated levy to fund it, as well as setting level of service expectation for assets within the program. Any change to policy C595 requires an advertised public hearing, which brings us here today. Changes to the policy are required to accommodate the accelerated work within the BIAs. As well, administration is proposing to use this opportunity to tweak some of the language of the policy, sync it to updated policy, council-approved level of services expectations for alleys, and reinforce the integration of related programs within the NRP. Last year, after considering two options, Executive Committee decided to endorse an acceleration of work planned within the BIAs to be completed by 2030 or at the end of our next two capital cycles. In deciding the options, administration assumed that the overall renewal funding level would not change, additional funding could be obtained for growth enhancements and upgrades, and that the current renewal program committed within the 2019 to 22 capital budget would not be affected, meaning that projects that are scheduled to occur within that period will proceed as planned, regardless of the option that was selected. The selected option prioritized approximately $16 million of funding from other areas to the BIAs. Now delving into the changes more specifically to the policy. Policy statements 5 and 8 were heavily modified, and a definition was added of the BIAs for proper referencing. Wording to emphasize the need for integration of other city building initiatives such as Vision Zero, active modes, and complete streets, subject to funding availability, was added to Statement 5, as well as Policy Statement 8 was modified to allow for the BIA area acceleration by adding technical level of service targets. After the Policy C595 came into effect, Council changed its level of service expectations for alleys, and we are now taking the opportunity to reflect that change in the policy with these amendments. Administration is committed to work with the business improvement area associations to program and sequence the renewal within those areas. Due to COVID-19, our original schedule to engage has been delayed, but initial discussions were held, and further engagement will occur in Q4 of 2020 and Q1 of 2021. In addition, as the projects proceed through development, project-specific engagement will occur in the same manner as other works within the Neighborhood Renewal Program. In 2018, Council approved the last tax levy increase to fully fund the Neighborhood Renewal Program. And so current funding is believed to be adequate to meet the targets of the program, and administration plans to perform analysis before the next budget cycle to evaluate the long-term financial health of the program. Specifically related to the alley renewal program, a lot of the work that's included in the BIAs is specific to alleys, and to achieve a fully funded alley renewal program, the funding model assumes planned tax increases in 2021, 2022, and 2023 are maintained, respectively, at 0.3%, 0.3%, and 0.4%. Without planned tax increases, current funding level will not be sufficient to deliver the alley renewal in the business improvement areas by 2030. Completing the BIA renewal is contingent on the full funded model of the alley renewal program. In conclusion, we recommend committee approve the changes to policy C595 as presented. We thank you for your time, and we'll be happy to answer questions after the speakers.
Thank you very much. We will now hear from Cherie Clausen on behalf of the Edmonton BIA Council. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you. I feel like it's been forever since I've been in front of City Council, so it's nice to kind of be back virtually. So today I am speaking on behalf of our 13 business improvement areas in Edmonton, and we would like to express our support for the amendments of Policy 595C in the Neighborhood Renewal Program. Back in September of 2019, we urged the Executive Committee to consider accelerating, prioritizing street and alley renewal within adjacent BIA areas. We asked for a program for BIAs similar to that of neighborhood renewal as a means to renew infrastructure in our districts, and we're pleased to see that this looks like this is what's happening. Investing in such infrastructure is critical to maintaining the employment base of all BIAs, in addition to positive experiences for customers and residents who are key to the viability of our Main Street businesses. This is challenging given the current environment and the acceleration of online retailing and also remote working. If we don't invest in such infrastructure, Edmonton-based brick and mortar businesses are at risk, as are the vibrant communities and mixed-use destinations. We really appreciate this holistic approach that's being taken in this policy, which seeks to integrate City Council's direction on alley renewal, Vision Zero, complete streets, building great neighborhoods, and active modes of transportation. So in order to advance this initiative, we'd like to request engagement as the framework is developed for prioritizing specific streets and alleys within each of our BIAs. As you know, many of our BIAs are also having Main Street businesses fronting onto alleyways, so this is also vital. Our interest is not just for like sidewalk and road replacement, but also transformation of streets into places through leveraging streetscape enhancements and further investment in our public realm. And we would just like to commend City Administration for working towards these policy changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for Ms. Klassen?
Yes.
Go ahead, Councillor McKean.
Thank you. Ms. Klassen, I think I might have, well, I started raising this a number of years ago because of a bit of an outcry in Chinatown. And there are side streets there that are pretty bad. And what was going to happen, it was going to be included in the neighborhood renewal program, but that was years off. So I'm really happy to see these changes too. But my question for you is, I don't know all the BIAs. Are there other ones that you're hearing from that are really need some investment in streetscape as well?
Yes, I'd say that it's probably not all of us. Certainly, I think it's fair to say based on the report that came out last year on our state of our alleys, they're all in pretty poor shape. But when we look at these streetscaping, there's certainly some of our BIAs that are in worse shape than others. Some BIAs had massive infrastructure renewal done in the last 5 to 10 years. Others, like 107th Avenue, North Edge, our area in Old Strathcona is another one. And even 124th Street, I don't believe, has been sort of reinvested in. So there is a handful of us that are kind of left with this old infrastructure from almost 30 years ago.
Yeah. One more question for you, because I hear occasionally some skepticism, in particular around the work we're doing on Jasper Avenue and Oliver right now. But it is your belief, is it, that business will follow really good asset and infrastructure improvement, streetscape, sidewalks, street lamps, all those sorts of things, street furniture, that is good for investment and business?
Yes, we believe so. I don't think it can be seen all by itself. There's other things that have to go along with that. But that is actually the root of what BIAs and Main Street districts have done for 50 years. We've started off with responding in economic recessions to streetscaping and beautification and cleanliness as the place you start. So we know when your street, much like your house, looks good and has good curb appeal, it attracts investment, it attracts businesses. And we are especially going to need that as we start to look towards economic recovery.
Thank you so much. Good to see you.
Yeah, you too.
Pardon me, other questions for Ms. Klassen? I'll just say thank you then on behalf of the committee for not just being here today, but continuing to provide the excellent leadership on behalf of the BIA Council in helping us find ways like this to support our main streets and our local businesses in better ways. Particularly mindful of the higher burden of taxes that business pays relative to residential and the smaller number of roads, making sure that we can get those prioritized. So thank you for being part of the panel today.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll turn our questions now to administration. Councillor McKean, I think you'd selected this as well.
Thank you. I'm going to bring up Chinatown, but in no way am I arguing that it should take the top of the priority list. I think that should be done objectively by administration. But I just wanted to be clear that those evaluations and some sort of prioritization will be done for the business area itself now and not the surrounding neighborhood.
Thank you for the question, Councillor McKean. So there are two elements that will be used to prioritize the BIAs. The first one will be looking at their current, the status of their condition and how they rate as it relates to physical condition, along with the overall neighborhood around it. And then the second piece will be engagement with the BIAs to look at allowing them time to articulate their needs, do fundraising if applicable, and so engage with them on prioritizing the program itself so that we have a collaborative approach to this.
I just wanted to be clear because you said something that was maybe a little ambiguous, or maybe I just didn't understand it. Because the argument before was because in the case of Chinatown, it was being lumped in with Macaulay, and if you improved all the streets in Chinatown, the overall rating for the neighborhood would go up and the rest of Macaulay would therefore be delayed. So I think you talked about context. You could, in theory, you could have a situation where the neighborhood's in pretty good shape, but the business, the streets and sidewalks in the business area are in poor shape. We're not going to look at those together, are we? In this new bylaw change, we would consider the business area by itself and against other business zones?
Thank you, Councilor McKean. You're absolutely right. So the notion I was bringing is that we will be looking as well as the neighborhood, so that if we are able to coordinate the work for efficiency, we will. But absolutely, the areas will be looked at individually so that the levels of service to the BIAs are different now if the policy is approved as amended, and will be reflected in how we prioritize them against other BIAs and other areas of the neighborhood renewal program.
So so in that case, Chinatown and Macaulay, if Macaulay was scheduled for 2021 or 2022, you might just roll it all together rather than just do Chinatown in one chunk and then come back to the neighborhood. Your argument might be it would be more efficient to do that all as one. Whereas if Macaulay was scheduled for 2028, maybe the BIA would be done in 2021 or 2022. I'm just giving examples. I'm not going to hold you to anything.
But absolutely, that's the idea. Absolutely.
Right. Okay, perfect. And I just wanted to be clear, this maybe seems like additional scope. And there was some indication of, is the reserve up to snuff to handle this work?
Councillor McKean, the approach that we presented to council was really a total sum kind of approach. There wasn't a net incremental cost to the program. It was really about prioritization within the funding envelope that already exists. So the idea was really just to look at how we could accelerate specific aspects of the work, but not really with, or not at all with any incremental cost to the program or the tax levy.
But we have some decisions to make around the alley renewal funding.
Correct, and that's based on the assumption of how the policy is described today, that a large part of this is still contingent on a partially approved operating budget up till the end of 22, although that could still change, and some assumptions leading into now 2023, and that's the 0.3, 0.3, and 0.4% increases that are planned.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Councillor Carmel.
Oh, right, committee. So a couple of questions. First of all, earlier this year, we were having a bit of a discussion around adjusting the scopes of neighborhood renewal projects, perhaps going forward. And I want to be clear, when I raised this last time, I think I didn't make myself clear. I'm not suggesting we're canceling or deferring anything or any of that. But, you know, in terms of going forward, within the funding envelope, we might stretch those dollars to do more things if we examine the scopes of particular projects fairly carefully. So using a as I understood it anyway, a one-to-one replacement as the starting point of a neighborhood renewal project, and then layering on some of the other things we might push off some of those layered on things. Are we going to have that conversation later, or is that now? Because I understood that we were going to have some sort of a conversation around that later in 2020.
This was, if I recall that discussion, at the time, I'd alluded to the policy coming forward in the fall, that this is that meeting. And this is where, specifically, to your point, we've taken the opportunity to capture some of the things that outline the approach to how we plan and design our neighborhood renewal programs. And you're absolutely right. We start from the perspective of a blank slate in terms of the existing condition and the existing infrastructure. And from there, we layer on things like the different policies that council's approved, the public engagement and the things we hear within the community. And from that, the plan evolves to a point where we're able to scope the work. And and that's where other programs like the Building Great Neighborhoods Initiative, the capital program that exists for that, are used to augment or support some of those other kind of growth initiatives as part of that program.
So when is the right time to ask about a specific project? Because I have two in my ward. One that got by me, quite frankly, and the neighborhood is really unhappy and didn't feel they were heard. And had I been more aware of that project earlier ahead of its start, I would have done a lot more to engage that neighborhood and try to come to common understanding, if I can say it that way. So, again, not suggesting that we stop or stall or halt any of this really important work, but when is the right time? Because it seems we hear about these things when they come for a funding and not before.
Yeah, we've certainly done a lot of work to protract out the timelines in a way that people have early awareness of the work. And we do publish and post publicly a planned schedule for neighborhood renewal, so people have lots of advance notice. We do provide on an annual basis, I believe, a report to council just to kind of outline and reaffirm where different neighborhoods fit in those priorities. But perhaps maybe I'll ask Mr. Waboom, who's on the call, to specifically answer the question here.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks, Jason and Councillor Cartmel. Jason's right. We're planning out. I think we give each councillor by ward an update of what's planned for the neighborhood reconstruction work and all of the types of work. And typically, our process now starts engaging with communities 2 to 3 years in advance, so we have time to work with them. And there was reference given to the BIAs. It would be a similar thing for those, where we want to give enough time where we can look at what the scope should be and what those elements should be in the context that Jason's provided to you in terms of a base renewal program, plus small elements of growth when the opportunity's there. Remembering that the big infrastructure changes happen every 40 to 50 years in neighborhoods. So the whole premise of the Great Neighborhoods Initiative and our branch is to leverage those opportunities within reason. So that's the context of it.
Thank you, and that's right. I do remember receiving those reports in the past, so I appreciate that. How much effort do we make to coordinate work like this with other works that maybe aren't immediately aware in our consciousness? And one of the ones I'm thinking of is the lead pipe replacement that EPCOR is undertaking. And I did hear from one neighborhood, not in my ward, where they have a lead pipe concern and a neighborhood renewal project underway, but they're fully expecting that the alleys will be torn up right behind the neighborhood renewal project to replace those pipes. So is there more we could do there? Are we doing enough there? Not just on that program, but to coordinate all sorts of those kinds of programs.
For sure, that's a good example where, we've with our drainage group in EPCOR, they actually go in always in advance of our surface work to minimize that disruption and to coordinate efforts wherever we can. And as of late, you're right, there's been a lot of work that EPCOR's done on their lead pipe and replacement program, and we're actively working with them on that. It doesn't mean that we've caught everyone in the past for ideal, but we are actively working with EPCOR on all those fronts for that very premise. It doesn't make a lot of sense to put new infrastructure in and then have to rip it up and replace services underneath. So I can commit to you that we absolutely are talking with them as they evolve their programs we're trying to make sure that we're timing that appropriately with utilities first, then the surface work for sure.
Thank you.
I'd just offer as part of that, that ultimately we have the opportunity to be able to present the opportunity for EPCOR, the window of opportunity for them to be able to come in, assess a neighborhood, scope all the different aspects of where they see opportunities, knowing that they don't like to pay for road reconstruction either themselves, but ultimately it is their decision to be able to decide whether or not to capitalize on that opportunity, make the investment if it fits within their utility rate and their funding model, and if they've got a PBR or whatever it is, to help make that decision. But ultimately, it is their decision.
Thank you. Councillor Walters.
Thank you. Just on Councillor Cartmell's question about coordination, it is amazing to me that the perception out there still is that we don't do that. Like I hear so frequently. And so I think it's absurd to suggest that we wouldn't, because I know we do, but there's some degree of communications that may be useful there. I just offer that as something I continually hear and I find frustrating. When other utilities are involved in creating hang-ups or delays, what's our track record, or I guess what's your view on how easy it is to, like if there's a gas line that gets in the way, or is not as deep as we thought it was, or things like that? Like, how often does that happen, and what's our protocol to be able to rectify that stuff?
Craig, do you want to take that one on?
I will, sure, Councillor Walters, if I'm not quite hitting the mark, feel free to redirect me. There are individual projects and elements, like a small segment of a neighborhood where EPCOR may need to go in to do work for other reasons, as drainage as example. And once we start digging areas up, we might find that what we would, a gas line, we do find sometimes that they're not quite as deep as we'd like them. We coordinate with ATCO on those, and we try and make sure that as part of that scope of work, those are managed and mitigated. So some of it does happen real time as other work is happening, and we discover that. And as I mentioned before, we do try to coordinate and look at where those assets are with all utility companies, be it the telecoms or ATCO or all of the EPCOR services. When we're planning as part of our neighborhood plan program, part of that is inherently looking at all the utilities and coordinating that wherever we can on the bigger work. But there are sub-elements that happen on individual blocks or segments where we have to dynamically steer that real time as well.
Well, the reason I ask, I have a circumstance which is not necessarily related to this, but it could happen in this case as well, where I worry sometimes those other utilities have capital construction schedules that they're not willing to deviate from to accommodate us, and which is the current problem I'm having, not related to this, but could happen in this regard as well. But
I will share also kind of at a senior level or an executive level, we do have regular quarterly meetings with utility companies like EPCOR. We share detailed information around kind of what our capital plans are, so we have a good awareness of each other's, and we try to find those efficiencies and link the integration parts where we can. But certainly it's not always perfect, just because the nature of some of their work is emergent. Things do come up.
I forgive me, Ms. Ladouceur, for missing the presentation. I had to take a personal call, but the policy statement 5 around ensuring and that there's clarity about the integration of the, Vision Zero, active modes, complete streets things through the engagement process, which is now much longer for neighborhood renewal. And I offer this just as feedback. We've gotten into a couple circumstances where what people thought they were going to get, they didn't quite see it the same way that it was presented. And again, I'm not necessarily putting that on our staff, on the team, and maybe Mr. Walbom can comment on this too, or yourself, Ms. Ladouceur, is there a way to do a bit of a final check, like more of a final check-in right before we start going into construction to make sure that to ensure confidence that this is actually what people wanted, and we care about what people want, which is why we did the extended engagement period, right?
I can try and give some feedback on that. And I know Councillor Walters, whenever we go into a neighborhood and we do our processes, there's a number of public engagements where we try to keep all residents informed on the progress of how, a concept of what we might do through to a final design and what elements we are planning to build come into play. And we do try to keep communities as informed as we can. And we also take individual calls and try to address individual concerns along the way as well. And to your very point, it's a more of a rare thing where we get, and I would say we never get complete consensus on all the elements that we're bringing into a neighborhood. And I know you know that, and the majority of council all knows that as well. But we've taken a lot of diligence to try and make sure that we're providing various forms and information of what's happening, how it's happening, and why. And I will also acknowledge that we're always looking for how in the next neighborhood we go into, we can be as clear as possible and learn from each neighborhood that we go into to do this with, to bring as much clarity and transparency as we can to our process. At high level answer.
I offered as maybe a little bit more sophistication is required on our part on verification and clarity at the end about what this, we verify that this is what you largely want, and we're clear about what you're going to get. And that just may be some fine tuning, because like before, when it was just like for like, people were mad that we wasted the opportunity to do extra things. And now when we do extra things, people are mad we're doing extra things. And as much as we can verify that those extra things are meaningful and tell people clearly what they are, that's just little improvements. And I just offer that respectfully. Thanks.
Fair comments. Yeah. Point taken, Councillor.
Thank you. So in the black line or red line, whichever, attachment 2, there are a number of changes that primarily reflect the BIA change, which got us here. But what's the rationale for removing the requirement that the non-statutory public hearing be advertised?
I would look to Mr. Lehman to answer that question.
Thank you. I might want to refer it to Ingrid for the legal aspect, but it's my understanding, Mr. Mayor, that it's redundant.
That a non-statutory public hearing is advertised?
We have advertising bylaw in place now with respect to other matters. So it being a non-stat public hearing, it will be advertised.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted to double check that, because recalling the previous premise why we put in the requirement for the public hearing, it's to let the public know if council is going to tamper with this program, right? So this is policy resiliency. So if it's redundant and non-statutory public hearing will have appropriate notification by multiple channels, consistent with our new thinking about multiple channels for notification, I'm totally fine with that. The other question that I had was, there's still reference in point 4, and we didn't give you direction to do a wholesale policy review, but since other things besides the BIA inclusion have been included here, there's a redundance, or there's an odd reference in here to neighborhood renewal tax levy increases, which began in the 2009 operating budget and are expected to continue in a reduced form after 2018. Is the reduced form after 2018 the lanes piece, or inflation adjustment, or both?
I'll ask Mr. Lehman to confirm, but I believe it's related to specifically, as you mentioned, just inflationary cost to be able to adjust for that.
Mr. Mayor, it's Bradley. Mr. Lehman, yes, it's really now both, but certainly when it was originally authored, it was to accommodate expected inflationary increases in the program over time. But technically it would be both now because of the alley tax increases.
Okay, yeah, because there's a few more years of substantive, I mean, they're fairly incremental, but they're still material, to the tax levy, and then there's inflation adjusting after that. But I guess, that'll be a question for a future council, how they want to earmark and disclose as a segregated fund and the need to inflation-proof that segregated fund, how that will be funded. But I think that the next, inevitable policy review on this, we might want to give direction, I'm thinking subsequent to this, and perhaps we can write this up for council, that, this should be reviewed probably in some period of time if it's not. I guess that, I'll ask the question this way. When would this policy be reviewed, all of the things being equal, again?
I'm not sure until directed by council in terms of a change in direction or policy direction. Otherwise, perhaps if there's a more broader review schedule for all policies, is deemed by either the clerk's office or by legal services. But until we receive specific direction from either a committee or council, we wouldn't expect to be able to bring something forward unless there was a material change or some kind of a broader influence or something that we needed to be able to capture.
We are looking more broadly at creating timeframes related to policy reviews for all of the policies that we have. I know I had a conversation with Ms. Giesbrecht about that a while ago. Apologies, I can't remember what we were looking at in terms of a frequency. But as Mr. Maliefs has said, until we land on that suggestion or that proposal of frequency of policy review, action to update would be at the direction of council.
Well, I'll trust that this will get us to then, whenever then is, because it's good enough for me for now. So I'm going to move it just to keep it moving here. We'll still take more questions, but just to get it on the floor. Councillor Knack, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few more questions, and they're just coming off of some of Councillor Cartmell and Councillor Walters' questions. So I'm still unsure, and I'd like you to maybe give me comfort that the additional funding allows us to adequately address those other policy pieces. So complete streets, safe mobility. And I ask because I still have seen a number of examples of renewal work that has occurred, whether that be on a neighborhood roadway or a collector roadway, that feels like we didn't take advantage of that opportunity as best we could. So I guess I'm curious if there is still a funding gap that allows that does not allow us to address all of those concerns.
No, and I think that's exactly what we tried to capture in the adjustments, is to be very clear and concise around, although our design approach is to be able to encapsulate all these different kind of policy elements, to be specifically clear that the neighborhood renewal tax levy is a fund designed specifically to support the costs as projected related to basically a functional replacement of the existing infrastructure. So there are some opportunities where there are low cost or kind of more minor nature enhancements, but if it's significant things like a full streetscaping project or considerable scope elements that wouldn't form part of the existing function, we capture those through the planning and design phase, and through virtue of that work we're able to identify and scope out what that is, cost it, and then we'd be able to bring it forward in front of council for their consideration as part of a budget discussion. But it would be ultimately at that point council's decision on whether or not to fund it or to proceed on the basis of kind of the either we protect our future interests for future proofing to allow for those additional scope elements, or and we proceed as is, or we wait for the funding to come in place to materialize to support those growth elements.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is where, because my concern is that the tangible example that recently happened is we reconstructed 151st Street in between Stony Plain Road and 102nd Avenue, And on that road, we have a newly rebuilt seniors residence and a daycare, and we didn't put in curb extensions as an example. Nor do we have boulevards on either side to allow us to push snow up onto the boulevard so that it doesn't enter the sidewalk right beside the seniors residence. And there's a cost to not having done that work. And now we have to wait 50 years again to resolve something that I really would have loved to have seen got addressed when we reconstructed it. So what I'm trying to figure out is, where do I need to insert that conversation still? Because I feel like, this was done just last year, and now I'm stuck with a problem that I can't fix. And how can we help? I want to help your team accomplish these things. And is that a separate policy conversation with those other programs, or should that not be built into this conversation?
I don't know the specifics about that location, but what I can share is I'd say that the policy framework is there to inform those types of decisions. The engagement policies are there, the complete streets, all those things. The operating requirements around trying to manage things like snow storage should be captured. It's really probably just a question of whether or not, at the time, putting this example aside, whether or not that opportunity was ever raised by anybody involved in the project or by a member of the public or the community through the engagement process. But I'd say that I don't know that administration needs any more clear direction around what we should be including as part of our design approach.
It's less the direction and more just, do the profiles that we have to accomplish those extra things have adequate funding to get where we need to be? That's what I'm trying to figure out, because I worry that if we leave it to engagement, those communities that have higher levels of capacity, they'll be the ones to be vocal. In the community where we did this, the seniors residence was closed during the time we were doing engagement. So, while I was able to identify some things, it didn't all get implemented. And again, no fault of anyone other than potentially a funding gap that I feel like I'm still not confident we've fully resolved.
Councillor Knack, it's Adam Laughlin. I don't think this is a funding gap issue, respectfully. I think this is part of the challenge of the neighborhood renewal program in terms of trying to consider all the different variables. I would say confidently that budget didn't create the challenges that you're alluding to in the specific neighborhood. And I apologize, I don't know the specifics, but I wouldn't say the budget created that. And if that's something that we need to improve related to the anticipation of operations and curb extensions, then that is something that needs to be an ongoing improvement within the program. But from a funding perspective, I can assure you, in terms of where I've seen it come from early on, from the like-for-like conversation to the supplemented by the different capital programs to this program will consider the holistic needs, considering the different policies that are in place. The budget is there, and in that particular case, I think it's just an unfortunate situation of, not zeroing in specifically on the issue, which unfortunately does happen through what you alluded to, engagement where there are communities that are much more organized and not trying to be disrespectful of the community, but just more on top of making sure that the needs are being met.
Okay, I'm out of time. Maybe an offline conversation, a separate day with some folks would be valuable for me.
Happy to do that.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions on this one? Closing remarks from anyone on the motion? I'll just close then if there's no one else. with gratitude for the review. This, as Councillor Katarina often reminds us, is one of the most successful programs the city has undertaken over the last decade or so. And it has driven tax increases for residents and for businesses. And it was always intended to get to industrial neighborhoods as well as residential neighborhoods, but particularly for those business districts that sit on our arterial and perhaps collector roadway networks. There's always been a bit of a disconnect up until now for some of those business improvement areas, which also have some legacy local improvement infrastructure above the normal standard. They've fallen through the cracks, which have frost heaved into something more substantial in the last few years. And so I'm really glad that with the passage of this by council next week, hopefully, that we'll be able to bring those business ratepayers on the main streets that Edmontonians love up to the same standard that we're bringing our industrial and residential neighborhoods up to, and put particular focus. And this is one of those equity questions. You could treat everything the same based on the pavement quality index, but I think if you're not attending to your main streets in an aggressive way, that's a disservice to our small businesses who've paid handsomely for their home neighborhoods to be improved while they continue to see their business district continue to wither. And we would get to it eventually, but I think this sets an appropriate priority for areas that are part of the showcase of our city, showcase for small business, and in the case of downtown, really the heart of our business district as well. And so from Chinatown to Beverly and from Stony Plain Road to Old Strathcona, I think a facelift for our BAAs was a good idea before COVID, but certainly as a recovery and reimagined pivot, I think this is very, very timely prioritization of our business districts at a time when they really do need to know and hear that their city has their backs. And not just for their taxes going forward, but for what they've already put into the system up to this point. So I hope that's helpful to Cherie and the Council of BIAs and the members who've contributed so much to our city building those districts, and we'll try to honor that with a level of maintenance and reinvestment that reflects their confidence and investment in our city. So that's all I have to say. Why don't we vote?
We're just missing Councillor Hamilton's vote.
Councillor Hamilton?
My apology. Yeah, I'm a yes. My apologies. That didn't come up on my iPad.
Great.
So,
have you got all the votes then? Okay, thanks for that, Councillor Hamilton. Please display the vote. That's carried unanimously. Up to council for discussion next week. Now, we would normally pick up back with 6.7, but I understand there may be some similar issues that may require similar advice arising from 6.9. So what I'm going to suggest, also so that we can hear from the speakers who've been very patient up to this point, is that we bring 6.9 forward, get the presentation on it, hear their perspective, ask questions that we can ask in public on 6.9. And then I think we had arrived at the point where we might require some advice from the city solicitor in private on 6.7. And that may or may not be the case on 6.9, but just so we don't have to go back and forth in private, that's my recommendation, is that we bring 6.9 forward. So
I'll move to bring that forward.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. Is there any objection to bringing forward 6.9? Not hearing any, then let's get the presentation, or I guess there's probably opening comments on that, or would they be similar to?
They are exactly the same as the previous opening comments.
Okay. In that case, we'll invite the Macaulays, pardon me, Dave and Therese, to come on down to the speakers gallery here. We'll get you set up, and you'll each have 5 minutes to present when you get comfortable there.
Good day, Council. I'm Dave Macaulay. This is my wife, Therese. We are here about bylaw 19398, the closure of our driveway. And we are against this, but we know that the city needs to put through the LRT. So we know they're going to do this, and they're going to close our driveway. What this does to us is this totally destroys our lifestyle at our house. We have a front driveway, which will be lost. They're also going to close the service road in front of our house. So we lose 2 parking stalls there, 4 parking places on our driveway. And basically, once they start working on the LRT, we'll have to park 2 blocks from our house. Unless we, through extreme expense, have to totally destroy our backyard and basically make it into a parking lot, destroying the lifestyle we have created. We contacted, now 7 years ago, this all started at a public meeting, and in late 2018, I believe December, we had our first contact with the city, and then we started dealing with the realty part of the city in May of 2019, and our position from the start was that the city would consider purchasing our property. So we went through this, and we weren't getting anywhere. So in June 2019, we hired a lawyer to represent us. Now, our reasons for moving are many reasons. First is safety concerns. Under the present location with the service road in 2007, a vehicle traveling south on 163rd Street came through our front house. It was traveling at extreme speed in excess of 120 kilometers an hour. It did $60,000 damage to the house, and if it wasn't for the 40-foot spruce tree that was cut down at ground level, my wife would have been killed. Now you want to move the street closer by eliminating the service road. The next thing are unknowns. Since June 3rd, we've been asking, where are the light control devices going to be put? Where's the fire hydrant out front on the boulevard going to be put? We've had no response from the city. Originally, there was going to be a boulevard along due to an easement taken from the properties, but that has since changed. Now, listening to today, if there's no boulevard to put the snow on, they'll be putting it on my sidewalk, since they're not going to put it on the LRT tracks. So who's going to shovel that? Again, it's going to be hazardous. My wife and I are both seniors. Currently, for noise, there are 7 bus routes that run east-west along 87th Avenue. And they're supposed to be eliminated with the LRT, but they may again come back. You don't know about bus routes. So we're going to have more noise. Now, the city made noise measurements on 87th Avenue and 159th Street. They made noise measurements at 87th Avenue and 170th Street, but they made no noise measurements at 87th Avenue and 163rd Street, which is directly in front of our house, because we are where the T intersection meets. So we have no initial data of how much noise there is or will there be. Also, with raising the track west of us to cross 170th Street, you're going to create a channel for noise to be reflected back and forth down 87th Avenue, so we don't know how much louder it's going to get. Now, to the back alley issue. So when we can't park in front of our house because the whole block from 161st Street to 164th Street will have no parking whatsoever. So that means anybody visiting our house has to park 2 blocks away or park across 87th Avenue. That's ridiculous. Also, if I want to plug my car in the winter, if I don't build a garage, am I going to run a 400-foot extension cord? Now, since the back alley is going to be our access to our house, there are 22 houses between 161st and 164th Street that will be using the back alley. That means there'll be increased traffic. This will basically be our front street. This will account for probably about 44 vehicles using the road daily, plus service vehicles, delivery vehicles, etc. Now, backing out of a driveway, basically blind into an alley, is going to be hard to do. It's going to be unsafe. So we worry about that. We don't know if there's going to be bi-directional traffic flow in the alley since it's basically only one way. And again, how do we configure our yard? Also, in a letter to the city on September 21st from our lawyer, we had 3 issues raised. And they were,
I'm sorry, Mr. McCauley, that's the 5 minutes. I'm sure there'll be some questions, and if you're able, under questions, perhaps we can get to those 3 points. So I'm sorry to have to cut you off, but I wouldn't want any late fines. Hello, Therese. I didn't recognize you there before. Therese used to work at the library, so it's nice to see you again. Anyway, you may pick up with another 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, barring that, on August 14th, you all received a letter from our lawyer because originally we were supposed to be presenting at City Council. And we are expecting the driveway closure will happen. But the issue for us more than anything else is when will this happen? We've gotten various time frames thrown at us since we started this whole process. August 11th, 2020, we were told that the access is estimated to be late 2021, early 22, and at least 6 months' notice will be given. Then, on September 9th, we get another letter from the city stating that the city will physically close the subject access to traffic as early as March 1st, 2021. So nowhere in that time frame of that second statement from us to us will we be able to do any of the work that we need to do to make sure we have access to our own property. So the other big unknown for us with this is, okay, you close our driveway, that's fine. Is the service road being closed at exactly the same time? If it is, then that causes us even more problems because how can we get any contractors come and work on our property even 6 months' notice? We've been trying to get a general contractor to come and give us an estimate. They're booking their estimates 6 months in advance. So we haven't even been able to get anybody to come and tell us how much this is going to cost us. And then if we don't have a service road, we have no access to our house in the back, where are the contractors going to be? 2 blocks away, coming to our house to do their work? I can see the cost of that bill. So the reconfiguration is not only just removing the driveway in the front, which is a 70-foot driveway, removing our existing garage. We will then have to put in a new 2-car garage so that we can have security. Parking, at least for some visitors, so hopefully parking for at least 1 other vehicle. That means all the work that we've done in our backyard is going to end up being tossed away. We have a stamped sidewalk and patio in the back. We have a gazebo that's on a cement pad. We have numerous things that we've done to improve the value and enjoyment of our home. Now we have no idea what we're going to be able to do with any of that. We've also asked a realtor, and that was a letter that was also included, that package that you got on August 14th, about the saleability of our property. And that has been decreased to the point where we could probably sell it, but for no value that's going to benefit us. And 2, with all the unknowns, person coming to see our house and we'll say, okay, yes, this is going to happen. They're going to say, well, what about this, this, and this? Would you buy a house where you had all these unknowns that you didn't know what you were going to do with? I don't think so. So all in all, I guess part of this is we have been dealing with the city. We want to come to a resolution, but the total impact of the loss of the value of our property, and the city has done an appraisal and they have given us an amount. They say that our property is going to be devalued. But even that devalued amount, we are going to have to spend probably nearly close to the same amount as they're devaluing to make our property even usable for us, not alone to sell. And we're at the point where we were planning on staying in the house probably for a little while longer, but as seniors, I don't think we can put up with everything that's going to be happening and dealing with it at this time. We want to be able to enjoy our retirement. I'm sure all of you, when you get to that point, you're going to want to do the same thing. Anyways, that's pretty well all that I have to say. If any questions, hopefully we can give you the answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Not sure if Councillor Knack is still there. He had advised that he has to slip out.
I'm sorry, I'm on the board. I requested to speak.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you both for coming out today. I appreciate you taking the time to come down to City Hall and to address this issue. Mr. McCauley, you had some points that I had wording for it, but you had some points that you were trying to make, and I was hoping that you could elaborate on those points.
Certainly, thank you, Councillor. From our lawyer to the city's lawyer, dated September 21st, access removal is part of the city project. The owner has injurious affection claim under Section 534 of the MGA. Point 2, an alley does not qualify as alternate means of access pursuant to Section 29(4) of the HDPA. The alley is not suitable for functioning as a controlled street with regular two-way traffic. Therefore, there is no alternate means of access. Point 3, Section 29 of the HDPA treats the removal of indirect and direct access differently. The restriction in Section 29(4) of the HDPA only applies to direct access. In the present case, we are dealing with indirect access. Therefore, Section 29(4) of the HDPA does not apply, as it only applies for the removal of direct access.
So it sounds like there's some, I'll say, a disagreement between your lawyers and the city lawyers with respect to what constitutes direct and indirect access to your property. Would you agree with that?
I can't speak. The lawyer sent the letter to your lawyer, and they have not replied as far as I know.
Okay, all right. Well, I will ask administration about this. You both made some really excellent points today, and I want to thank you again for that. I'll say, I'll ask administration about it. Valuation can be a really tricky subject when we're talking about it in this context and other contexts, but I will ask administration about that on your behalf. And it sounds like we might go in private to discuss some of you and other people's concerns about the closures. But you would like the city to, your request today is that the city purchase the property, correct? Not that the city expropriate part of your property or
Yes.
just close access. Okay.
Yes, Councillor, we would like them to purchase and we'd like to leave before the
All right.
devastation.
Yeah. I understand that. And once again, thank you both for coming out and speaking so well to how this impacts you. I'm familiar with that area, and we've spoken before, and I am familiar with that 22 block stretch, or the 22 house stretch, I should say, and that's somewhat unique both to the West End and I think even that corridor. So I hopefully we'll have a better answer for you soon. So that's my time.
I looked up the map and realized that the ward, soon to be formally known as 5, the line is 87th. So I'm sorry, I was trying to go to Councillor Knack there. Councillor Hamilton, this is your turf. So thank you for that. Are there any other questions for the McCaulays? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for your presentations. We'll see if there are questions that can be asked in public at this point. Certainly there will be some valuation and legal advice questions we'll have to deal with in private, but Councillor Hamilton, do you have public questions?
I do. I think it would be helpful to ask administration about some of the Macaulay's concerns with respect to, maybe we can get some clarity, and please, I don't think I'm out of line when I say that I know that some of these things have to be discussed in private, but the definition of direct and indirect access, let's start there.
I think that's part of the discussion that we'll need to have in private.
All right, and maybe someone in administration can speak to the complexity of talking about valuation, or is that limited as well?
So we can answer that in private too, because there is a bit of a differentiation between how it is done under the Highway Development and Protection Act versus Expropriation Act, which is what we're a little more familiar speaking about.
Okay, so we can cover that then. But I think this question should be answerable in public, I would hope. I'm sympathetic to the Macaulays when talking about the complexity of sort of dealing with the city's timelines and their, I'm going to say, somewhat unique circumstance in trying to potentially adjust access to their property while dealing with, the potential that the city could be going in as early as March 1st. Could someone touch on either timelines for this specific access or a policy around timelines for going in and doing construction and how it would relate to closure of access for the property?
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. It's Jason speaking. I believe we've tried to identify a window of opportunity for the contractor, knowing we still don't have one yet, and I think that's part of the challenges leading up to this. We have tried to present a window of opportunity, essentially, on behalf of the contractor to make the changes between March 1st of next year and the following year. So essentially somewhere within those 12 months. The project agreement as it's structured essentially outlines that the contractor is required to provide 6 months notice as well. So we've tried to do our best to at least incorporate enough advance notice, recognizing we don't really have anybody on board yet who's really working on the project, and we'll know that by the end of the year.
Okay, so for some clarity, the contractor has to provide 6 months notice, and since you don't have a contractor, then we are more than 6 months out from when this would proceed at this point.
Correct. And really the earliest we can expect is March of next year, but it's likely to be longer than that.
All right, that's helpful. Thank you. I think Mr. Macaulay brought up some reasonable points that we've heard from other folks, questions about changes in the design. He mentioned that the boulevard is no longer being incorporated. He mentioned questions about where traffic signals would go and fire hydrants. And while I don't expect you to have those answers readily available, Mr. Malista, is there a way that residents like the Macaulays or the Macaulays themselves could access that information? I know the West LRT plan did have, where turns were going to go and what road design looked like. But if you live sort of on that street, I'm sure you can understand that people want to understand sort of how their street's going to change.
Yes, certainly the project team does have access to the preliminary design, which includes a lot of information, not all of the information, but enough information from a sensory perspective of a resident to be able to understand exactly what the experience would look like. And we would be able to share some of that information. It's all public information that's available, and somebody from Mr. Ferguson's team would be able to provide that information.
All right, so I know that won't answer all of their questions, but perhaps my office can connect them with Mr. Ferguson's team just to answer those ones as well. And I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're most welcome. Any other questions of a public nature? Not seeing any, then I'm going to suggest, in accordance with section 24 and 27, and any others that the city would want to cite, '24 being advice from officials, 27 being privileged information, 16 potentially.
25.
Disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of public body. Yep. So most of the act, but which ones specifically do you want to note for the record?
27 for legal advice.
So 27 privileged information, 25 disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of public body,
And I had 24 on my list as well.
24 advice from officials. Okay, we'll use those. Then someone want to move that?
I'll move that we go in private according to those pieces.
Thank you. Let's vote on that just to make it all official.
We have all 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Carried. So to the speakers who are present physically, we'll just ask you to step out of the room here. You may
And Mr. Mayor, we are back in public, but I'm not sure if you want to give those in-person speakers a chance to get back through security or not.
Are the doors open?
Yes, they are.
And are they present and coming back?
I went to tell them that security was just trying to open the doors.
Yeah, I think we do need to allow them back in. We indicated to them they'd be able to return. Okay. Yeah, can I get a motion to extend to complete? Council would preempt, though we can call that to order a few minutes late if necessary, but if we can get a motion to extend.
Move that we extend orders to completion of the agenda.
Thank you. Any objection to that? Not hearing any, then by unanimous consent, we'll carry on to finish. So we got some advice from officials and legal advice on 6.7 and 6.9. I'm going to suggest we deal with them in order here, starting with 6.7. So do the clerks have an amendment? To delete Schedule A4 and references to it and refer it back to consider options.
I can move that, Mr. Mayor.
Once we get the wording. So the motion, okay, this would include so it would be first reading with the deletion of Schedule A4 would be the recommendation to council, and that administration consider options regarding access to the following parcel in Schedule A4.
So moved.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Walters. So just to unpack that for folks who are here, that would mean that the property along Stony Plain Road and 156th Street would be separated out for some further discussion and analysis. And the others would proceed if this is ultimately approved by council next week. So is there anyone wishing to speak to this one? Not seeing any, then please vote on the recommendation to council with the recommended deletion of Schedule A4. And the additional direction.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And display the vote. That's carried. And then Councillor Hamilton on 6.9.
Yes, thank you. I'll move that Executive Committee recommend to City Council that bylaw 19398 with the deletion of Schedule A3 to bylaw 19398 be given the appropriate readings. And 2, that administration consider options regarding the following parcel, Schedule A3, and return to committee with recommendations.
Okay, that motion is before us. Is there any debate? Not seeing any. Please vote.
We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. And that's carried. Okay, so same thing. There'll be opportunity for some further analysis on options around the noted parcel that we heard about from the Macaulays. So, and the others will proceed to council. So I think that actually completes our business for today, unless there are any subsequent motions or notices of motion. Not hearing any, then executive committee is adjourned, but don't go too far because council will start up 3:45 or a few minutes after, because clerks will need a few minutes to shut down and reboot. So thank you all, and we will see you soon.